we appreciate the Ghana Dance Ensemble for giving us that cultural feel this morning. Thank you very much, Ghana Dance Ensemble. It's a cool, rainy Monday morning, and I believe that we have all been filled with the showers of blessings that we are receiving this morning. And even as we meet here to, first of all, to launch an initiative that is set to revolutionize the agriculture and food sectors in Ghana. A round of applause for the NKABOM initiative, please. NKABOM, I have to be correct. I'm sure Prof. Ite is looking at me. NKABOM Collaborative. Please, let's acknowledge them for the great job that they are doing. Even before this launch, they've been embarking on a lot of impactful programs, and we want to continue to support them in doing this. The theme that we will be focusing on this morning is empowering youth for a sustainable agri-food revolution in Ghana and beyond. And this says it all and explains what we are going to be doing here this morning. After the launch, we will have an opportunity to delve deeper into the mandate of the collaborative when we get to participate in a panel discussion and all the other activities. I'd like to announce to you that this event is being streamed live, so even after here, you can go back and watch it, and let's support this initiative or this collaborative as much as we can. At this juncture, please permit me to introduce some of our distinguished personalities who are here with us this morning. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Nana Abba Apia Amfo, is here with us. Please, let's acknowledge her. She'll be introduced later for the special role that she's performing this morning. We've also been joined by Professor Analate. When you talk about food, you know that her name always comes up. She's going to be delivering the keynote address this morning. You're very welcome, Prof. We're happy to have you with us this morning. We've also been joined by Mr. Pierre Branche, who is the Secretariat Director for the NKABOM Collaborative. Thank you so much for being here. We also have the Deputy Minister for Food and Agriculture, who is also the Member of Parliament for the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency, where the University of Ghana falls under. He doesn't need any introduction, but let me just introduce him, Honorable John Dumelo. Thank you so much for being here with us. We have representation from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Agribusiness. If we have Mrs. Ablafianu here, please let's see you so we can acknowledge you accordingly. We also have with us from the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Mr. Andani Yakubu Andani. Thank you so much for being here with us. And I understand we also have a representative here from the Mastercard Foundation. If you are here, please let's see you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So as the program progresses, we'll introduce other people who are here with us. But without wasting any more time, I would like us to delve deeper into the program as I invite up here Professor Abna Yabua Benning, Dean of the School of Information and Communication, as she introduces to us our chairperson for this morning's event. Please, let's encourage her as she comes. I think our clap is not loud enough, so she's not here. It's a cold morning, so clap will give us a little bit of heat. So let's encourage her as she comes forward.
Thank you very much, Pascaline, and good morning, everyone. So our chair for this morning is the first female vice chancellor of this university. She's a professor of linguistics. She's an experienced administrator with more than 2 decades experience working in higher education. Our chairperson is leading the University of Ghana to adopt technology in all its operations, while also keeping the university's people as the focus of these interventions. She has received numerous awards for her work in education, female empowerment, and in leadership. Our chair is a member of many prestigious societies and organizations. Among others, she is a fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences, the German Academic Exchange Services, the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, Commonwealth Professionals Fellowship, and the International Women's Fellowship Leadership Foundation. She is also the president of the African Humanities Association and the International Federation of Modern Languages and Literature. As you can see, she is more than well suited to be chairing a day and an event such as this. Our chair for this morning is the Vice Chair of the African Research Universities Alliance and the Administrative Board Member of the International Association of Universities. This morning, NKABOM is more than happy to have steered the affairs of this launch event, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana, Professor Nana Abba Appiah Amfo. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Abna Yeboah-Benning, for your generous introduction. The Honorable Deputy Minister for Food and Agriculture and our own MP, the Honorable John Dumelo, the representative for the Minister for Trade, Industry and Agribusiness, the representative for the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, deans and directors and heads of departments who are here, our representatives from McGill University, representatives from Mastercard Foundation, partners from Koforidua Technical University, University of Health and Allied Sciences, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Ashesi University, UESD, and all our partners. We do recognize you this morning. Representatives from World Vision, industry partners, faculty, staff, dear students, and invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor that I welcome you all to the University of Ghana, the premier university in Ghana, even as I accept humbly to chair today's occasion. The university has since its founding distinguished itself as a beacon of excellence in higher education, experiencing steady growth through groundbreaking research, strategic international collaborations, and strong industry linkages. As we strive to remain relevant in national and global development, we are committed to advancing cutting-edge research, high-quality teaching and learning, and impactful community engagement. In line with this vision, I'm particularly excited about UG's role in the NKABOM Collaborative, especially because of its alignment with all of our strategic priorities. The program is intended as transformational and staff and student-centered while pursuing groundbreaking and relevant research, leveraging on strategic engagements and partnerships. Today, we gather here to launch the UG NKABOM Collaborative, the first ever UG Honors and Mentorship Program under the theme Empowering Youth for a Sustainable Agri-Food Revolution in Ghana and beyond. These initiatives are aimed at providing opportunity and access to the best education and capacity building programs, equipping students with requisite skills, mentorship and networking opportunities with industry and communities. This launch event will also feature a panel discussion by actors from education, policy, industry, and civil society working in nutrition and agri-food systems, as well as a seminar on the topic From Soil to Success, Cultivating Profitable Futures for Ghanaian Youth through Digital Agri-Tech. I'm excited to see among our distinguished guests key stakeholders from all the relevant institutions covering the public and private sectors. Your presence here reflects your commitment towards the successful implementation of this very laudable initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to chair the launch of the NKABOM Collaborative. I am eager to see the manifold impact the collaborative will have on our students, alumni, and other stakeholders that we will engage. I'm hopeful that the seed we are sowing today at this launch of the NKABOM Collaborative will become a great tree that we will all come to eat of its fruits. Once again, I welcome you all warmly to our beautiful and serene campus for this very productive session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chancellor. I was just thinking about how many great initiatives you've had to chair as Vice Chancellor. And so when you have a driver of progress like our VC and things are happening, we want to show her that things are happening. So the best way is to put her in the chairperson seat so that she can observe and be happy that her vision is coming to life. Please let's acknowledge the Vice Chancellor one more time. Thank you very much. I understand we have been joined by the CEO of the Environmental Protection Agency, Professor Nanama Brown-Kluche. If you are here, can we see you? Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to make a slight change on the program. Deputy Minister for Agriculture and Member of Parliament has to leave us at some point to attend to another important activity that demands his attention. And so we'd like to invite him at this stage to deliver brief remarks. We need him to we need to know that he supports this fully. And even as our MP, he's our MP. When good things come, he'll remember us. So please join me to welcome Honorable John Dumelo to address us.
Praise the Lord. Good morning. The Vice Chancellor, the Pro-Vice Chancellors, the Country Director, Mastercard Foundation, the Country Director, UNHCR, the Director, NKABOM Secretariat, the Representative, National Council for Persons with Disabilities, Deans and Directors, Heads of Departments, and all staff present, the media, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you. I bring you greetings from the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, and then also greetings from Ayawaso West Wogon. I'd like to express my appreciation for the opportunity to be part of this occasion. Madam Chairperson, please permit me to express my profound gratitude to the NKABOM Collaborative for this great initiative aimed at expanding access to education, skills, and innovation, which can translate into unemployment opportunities or employment opportunities for the youth in nutrition, food systems, and related sectors. As you all know, Agric remains the highest contributors to Ghana's GDP. To this end, the government of Ghana, led by the President John Mahama, launched the Feed Ghana project in Techiman in April. Now, this initiative aims to boost food security and agricultural transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, this government's initiative is in line with the NKABOM Collaborative, which supports the government's strategy to build resilient agripreneurs and drive the economic growth. As a nation, we support programs that promote young people, especially young women and men, and persons with disabilities, with the resources and opportunities they need to build a sustainable livelihood. It encompasses technology, innovation, supports research, and promotes value addition. It is therefore encouraging to see the universities championing this cause with focus on the youth, which is highly commendable. From the ministry, we are committed to support the process or the success of NKABOM through providing opportunities for the hands-on practical internships and participation in policy process. As a nation, we've made significant strides in promoting youth in agriculture. We remain committed to resetting Ghana through agriculture, and then also by creating awareness education, and investing in agriculture to transform the nation to become one of the leading food producers in West Africa. To our youth here present, this is a great opportunity for you to become key players in the agric sector. Seize the opportunity now to make a meaningful impact. Lastly, I want to say, and I want to throw a little bit of challenge, that as part of the Feed Ghana program, we are encouraging schools and churches to own farms. And I'm well aware that University of Ghana has huge tracts of land for farms. And so I would very much like that, at least by next year, maybe University of Ghana will be producing a lot of corn or cassava, or even in Kokon Kitinkiti, which I'll bring for us, so that we would make sure that we align ourselves with the Feed Ghana program. On that note, I would like to say thank you so much. God bless you. God bless Ghana. And let's make Ghana a prosperous nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the Honorable Deputy Minister of Food and Agriculture. And he's thrown a challenge to the University of Ghana. I can assure you that we already accepted the challenge before you threw it. There's a lot of discussions going on about how we can expand our agricultural centers. And I believe that this challenge would you also mention us to the right people who support us to be able to push all of this forward. Because we've been enjoying some really good chicken and rice and tilapia and all of that from our farms at the University of Ghana. Please clap for the University of Ghana. We're also doing some. Thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge the presence of students from Achimota School. If you can kindly stand up so that we can acknowledge you. You are the young people who will drive all of this. Thank you so much for being here. I also see that we're joined by Presbyterian Boys Senior High School. Please, if you can kindly stand so that we can acknowledge you. Thank you very much for being here. It's now time for us to listen to the collaborative lead for UG NKABOM, and I would like to invite Professor Richmond Ayite to address us and to give us an overview of the UG NKABOM collaborative. Let's encourage him as he comes.
Prof. Chair, permit me to stand on the already established protocols. Good morning, everyone. We are very excited to see all of you come here and heed our invitation. We know that you are all very busy people, so the fact that you are here shows that you are really passionate about the conversation that we are having here. Now, I would like us to hear a little bit about what UG NKABOM is really all about. In the Akan language, NKABOM translates as togetherness, unity. It's a small word, but it's powerful, and it reflects our determination as a collective. It even dares us to work together to be able to achieve great things. We are a collective of minds, institutions, bringing ideas together to achieve something that otherwise, by ourselves, individually, will not be able to achieve. Prof. Vice Chancellor, the NKABOM Collaborative is a strategic, multi-institutional initiative involving leading Ghanaian universities and institutions, a Canadian higher education partner, and the Mastercard Foundation. And at this point, let me acknowledge the presence of our collaborative partners. In Ghana, we have the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Ashesi University, Koforidua Technical University, University of Environment and Sustainable Development, University of Health and Allied Sciences, the Association of Ghana Industries, and last but certainly not the least, the Premier University of Ghana. We are working in partnership with with our Canadian partner McGill University in Montreal and the Mastercard Foundation. It's early days yet in our journey of collaboration, but it's been exciting, and I want to use this opportunity to salute all the collaborative members who are here. Please indulge me. Can you rise up so that we can acknowledge you, the collaborative members, the partners? Thank you very much for coming. Now, to answer the question which is on our minds, what is NKABOM and why is it needed? We are a collaborative that recognizes the diverse challenges facing many young but bright minds in Ghana today. Let me briefly paint a picture of the challenge our younger colleagues face. In Ghana today, the agri-food sector, and here I'm not talking only about agriculture, the entire value chain, from inputs to production, distribution, value addition, preparation, consumption, and waste management. This remains a major source of livelihood for majority of the country's poorest households. And the sector is consistently not prioritized. But when we think about it, it has huge potential to provide decent employment. This sector already employs more than half of the total workforce in our country. Think about that for a moment. Even more importantly, the youth, including our graduates who leave our institutions in their thousands every year, including those who graduated from this very auditorium over the weekend, they constitute more than a third of the total agricultural household population. These are over 4 million of them, excluding those who are in downstream sectors. Many of them are out there and they are looking for opportunities, while our food system holds opportunities that remain untapped, and we need to create that connection for them. So our vision is that these young people would be the ones who are driving the transformation of a more nutritious, sustainable, and prosperous agri-food system with the support of the NKABOM Collaborative, as well as all of us here from our diverse institutions of learning, institutions of providing services and leadership, and from our various communities. NKABOM seeks to work with all of us collaboratively and collectively to build enduring connections across academia, across communities, government agencies, industry, to bridge this gap between opportunities and need. But we cannot do this using the same old ways of learning and working. The NKABOM Collaborative is therefore seeking to enable game-changing innovations which are led by our youth. We aim to create opportunities for learning, networking, resourcing, mentoring, and providing all kinds of support to realize this vision. Prof. Vice Chancellor, we envisage a future where young people are not disillusioned because there are no opportunities. Rather, in the future that we are looking towards, we see young people as the principal drivers of a sustainable and prosperous agri-food system in Ghana that is contributing not only to livelihoods and development, but also meeting a very important development need, which is meeting our need for good nutrition and well-being and health for us as a people and for the planet that we live on. In that future, we see equity in the access to opportunities that is available in agri-food, expertise and opportunities for for decent work. It's a future where persons with disabilities can thrive in meaningful agricultural ventures, especially a future where barriers to exclusion have been removed deliberately and intentionally. Now, how do we propose to do this? As a collaborative, we are focusing on 3 strategic objectives or pillars. The first one is education and empowerment. And through this pillar, we seek to provide experiential learning opportunities that promote climate-smart, nutrition-sensitive, and indigenous agricultural practices. At the University of Ghana, beginning from January 2026, that's next year, we will welcome our first cohort of learners into our new PhD program that we have developed and which will be starting next year. It's a PhD in sustainable agri-food systems. In addition, we are starting in this year, September, a first set of practical, hands-on, competency-based, and technology-driven short courses. This pillar is also championing critical problem-solving approaches using seminars, and we'll hear the first of that seminar today. These opportunities are open to our students, alumni, and practically any youth who is interested in building a meaningful career in the nutrition and sustainable agri-food sector. By the end of the 10 years of NKABOM, we aim to provide funding and support for 25 youth to obtain PhDs in this program, and 2,050 of them to acquire skills through our short programs. The second pillar, we call it access and success. And through this pillar, we aim to break down the barriers that limit youth who normally will not be able to easily access higher education and skills training in agri-food systems in our universities. Particularly, we are focusing on removing financial and other barriers for women, internally displaced persons, and persons with disabilities. In addition, we are offering logistical wraparound support, mentorship, and psychosocial services that create access into our training programs. I've already mentioned the PhD and the short courses, and this will enable these learners to go through our programs successfully. We are also in the process already of training postdoctoral fellows, and they would then help in implementing the programs that we are running. Third, but not the least, is entrepreneurship. Now, given the challenges our youth face in finding decent work, we are investing in the entrepreneurial potential of Ghana's youth in the agri-food sector. Our goal is to equip young people with the knowledge, skills, and networks needed to establish and scale sustainable agri-food businesses. The collaborative will integrate mentorship, market access, development, business development, regulatory support, and funding opportunities as part of a comprehensive incubation program to foster a new generation of Ghanaian entrepreneurs working in nutrition and agri-food systems. In line with NKABOM's collaborative orientation, we are working alongside an extensive network of partners who bring vital expertise and resources to the table, including businesses, NGOs, government agencies, and international think tanks, many of who we are very happy to see are gathered here. Prof. Vice Chancellor, I believe I've answered the question about what is NKABOM about. Permit me, however, to take this opportunity to call on everyone here to partner with us in the quest to realize the collaborative's vision. We invite you to join us to create an environment that fosters youth-friendly growth in agri-food. I'm also calling on industry leaders who are here, investors, to join us to invest in youth-centered agri-food startups and support our inclusive orientation approach to doing this. I call on our friends in the media to join us make nutrition and agri-food systems sexy and newsworthy. Help us project the NKABOM narrative far and wide. I call on community leaders, civil society, and traditional leaders to work with us to ensure our interventions are relevant, impactful, and transformative for our youth. Ladies and gentlemen, NKABOM is calling on all of us to help disrupt the status quo. Join us to collectively reimagine agri-food systems for prosperity and dignity among our youth. And may NKABOM be the bridge that connects our dreams with our destiny. Thank you, and once again, Akwaba.
Thank you very much, Professor Richmond Aite, for taking us on this deep dive into the NKABOM project. We'll soon be watching a documentary to give us more information on what NKABOM is doing. But before then, permit me to acknowledge the presence also of West Africa Senior High School. If you are here, please stand so that we can acknowledge you. Yes, they are right there. Would also like to acknowledge the presence of the team from South Africa. First, Dr. Palesa Mothapo, who is the Director of Research, Support and Management at the Nelson Mandela University in South Africa. Please, can we see you so we can acknowledge you? We also have with us Dr. Lofa Thobikani, who is the Director, Mandela Africa Hub, Nelson Mandela University. Thank you so much for being here. And we also have with us Dr. Nkibaki. I hope I pronounced the name correctly. It's written, so is it Nsibak Bakazi Galada, who is the CEO of Township Cannabis Incubator in Port Elizabeth in South Africa. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So I'd like to invite all of us to turn our attention to the screens for a documentary. It's a reflection on NKABOM's journey, its activities, new programs, staff interaction, etc. So please, if the technical team is ready, let's roll with the documentary.
Ghana's agri-food system holds enormous promise, but for many young people it feels out of reach. High startup costs, limited access to education, inaccessible infrastructure, a sense of exclusion. For women, persons with disabilities and displaced individuals, these barriers are even higher. Enter UG in NKABOM, a collaborative initiative by the Mastercard Foundation, McGill University, and the University of Ghana. Our goal: to reimagine Ghana's nutrition and agri-food future by investing in its greatest assets, young people. We will do this through 3 work packages. To transform Ghana's agri-food systems, we need to train a strong human resource. We also need to be evidence-led. For this reason, we are developing a PhD program in sustainable agri-food systems to train researchers to guide the food industry with research evidence. We are also designing short courses to answer industry needs.
And education pillar primarily is focused on 2 things. Number 1, we are focused on developing a PhD curriculum in food systems. And this is to be able to address the current gap we have in the food systems specialization, where we have people specializing in different aspects within the system, the value chain, but not as a complete package. The second part is what we call experiential learning. And so we're working very hard to make sure that we support young people to build their capacity, give them exposure, and let them have hands-on experience with, when we talk about consider careers and professions in the agri-food value chain, they get to hear and see and begin to work around that.
It's about ensuring inclusivity in access and success across education, innovation, and entrepreneurship.
The access and success pillar recognizes that some groups of people tend to be underrepresented when you take the agri-food system as a whole. And so for access and success, we are looking to be able to bring these underrepresented groups on board. And we are looking at women, youth, persons living with disability, internally displaced persons, refugees. And these are the groups of people we have identified to be typically excluded from the educational system as a whole and nutrition and agri-food systems. And then for our support programs, for our counseling support programs, giving counseling support to our faculty. That happens on a rolling basis. So we've done a couple of those trainings already, and we hope to be able to replicate them over the year so that we can continuously support the faculty throughout the program. So that's what success will look like for us broadly over the next 10 years.
Our entrepreneurship pillar equips students to turn bold ideas into real agribusiness ventures through mentorship, startup funding, and incubation.
Entrepreneurship is not just about starting business, but about creating solutions that transform industries and lives. The UG Entrepreneurship Pillar is offering young people the right mindset, the skills, and the resources needed to start and scale their agribusinesses.
We are recruiting, mentoring, and funding Ghana's next generation of agri-food leaders while building a thriving ecosystem of change.
We intend to work with young people so that we bring out their ability to be innovative and to create jobs. These are jobs that are supposed to enable them to not only thrive, but to create opportunities for themselves and for others. And we are working, providing them mentoring and support so that they can be able to create new industries, new opportunities, so that they can use it to improve their lives and also improve agri-food systems in Ghana.
UG in NKABOM is more than a project. It's a movement to transform food systems through youth leadership, collaboration, and inclusive innovation. Ready to be part of the transformation of Ghana's agri-food systems? Connect with us on our website or our social media pages on Facebook, LinkedIn, X, and Instagram. You can also email us via nkabom@ug.edu.gh.
Can we give them a round of applause? This sums up the story of the mandate of NKABOM, and we want to call all of us to support as they do all of these. So thank you very much. We'll now take some brief remarks as we realize the Deputy Minister of Food and Agriculture has already spoken. And so I'd like to invite the representative from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Agribusiness, Mrs. Abla Fiano, to deliver brief remarks. Please, let's encourage her as she comes.
Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring you warm greetings from Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu-Ajari, Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Due to other official engagements, she is unable to be with us this morning. Permit me, therefore, to proceed with her remark. The Vice Chancellor, the Pro-Vice Chancellors, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Food and Agriculture, the representative of the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, the Country Director, Mastercard Foundation, the head of UNHCR Ghana, the Director of the NKABOM Secretariat, representatives of the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, deans, directors and heads of department, the media, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by extending the Ministry's sincere appreciation to the University of Ghana and its partners for initiating this timely and strategic initiative. The NKABOM Collaborative is a well-conceived and impactful response to some of Ghana's most pressing development challenges, particularly youth unemployment, limited access to relevant skills, and the economic exclusion of vulnerable groups. Madam Chairperson, we note with satisfaction that the pillars of the collaborative, education, access and success, and entrepreneurship are in strong alignment with the Ministry's new policy direction, which include the Apprenticeship to Entrepreneurship Program, which aims at equipping tens of thousands of young Ghanaians with both technical and business skills to launch viable ventures. The agro-processing for economic expansion and jobs, which will facilitate the establishment of value chains and create market-ready agribusinesses across the country, and the Women in Trade Agribusiness and Industry Initiative, which will enhance the participation of women across agri-food value chains, offering training, mentorship, and access to finance. These synergies are encouraging, and we look forward to stronger institutional cooperation going forward. Distinguished guests, Ghana's agri-food systems hold immense promise for inclusive economic transformation. Therefore, the Ministry remains strongly committed to creating an enabling environment for initiatives like the NKABOM Collaborative to thrive by strengthening industry linkages, deepening private sector engagement, and supporting inclusive policy dialogue. In conclusion, I reiterate the firm commitment of the government and the Ministry to supporting initiatives that empower the next generation. We commend the University of Ghana and the NKABOM Secretariat for this initiative and express our readiness to collaborate fully toward achieving shared outcomes. Thank you, and may God bless our efforts with resounding success.
Thank you very much. We'd like to thank you, Mrs. Abla-Fianu, for gracing this occasion. She's from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Agribusiness, and she's pledging the ministry's support for the NKABOM collaborative project. I'd like to now invite the representative from the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Mr. Andani Yakubu Andani.
Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor, Directors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring in warm greetings from the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, Honorable Dr. Agnes Namumulati. Please permit me to read these words from her. It is a great honor to join you today to speak on a theme that speaks directly to the core of our national development agenda, empowering youth for a sustainable agri-food revolution in Ghana and beyond. In a world grappling with climate change, food insecurity, unemployment, and rising inequality, we cannot overstate the urgent need to reimagine agriculture, not as a burden of survival, but as a catalyst for innovation, empowerment, and sustainable growth. Ghana's youth is made up of over 57% of our population. They are not just the future of this nation, they are the present. The time has come for us to break the barriers that discourage youth from fully participating in the agri-food value chain, from production to processing, marketing to technology. The entire ecosystem must be made attractive, accessible, and inclusive, especially for our young women and girls. At the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, we continue to advocate for policies and interventions that promote gender equity and youth empowerment across all sectors, including agriculture. Our focus is to ensure that no young person, regardless of gender, location, or socioeconomic background is left behind in this revolution. A sustainable agri-food revolution must be youth-led, technology-driven, environmentally conscious, and inclusive. We must invest in modern skills development, access to finance, land ownership, mentorship, and digital agriculture. But beyond resources, we must build the confidence of our youths to see agriculture not just as a job, but as a purpose and a platform for national transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look to the future, let us commit to creating a Ghana and a world where young people are not spectators, but architects of sustainable food systems. Let us empower them with the tools, the voice, and the opportunity to lead this transformation. Let us rise together to build an agri-food system that nourishes both our people and our planet now and for generations to come. To conclude, I wish to thank the NKABOM Collaborative for this initiative, and I'm so much impressed with them starting with the youth, which involves both women, girls, and men. I wish to end and state and choose these great words from one of the greats of Africa's, Nelson Mandela, who said, "There cannot be a keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children." If today we are involving our youth in initiatives like this, then I wish to say that the future is bright. And if the future is bright, we have to start seeing the light today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andani, and we thank the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection for being partners in this initiative. I would like to now invite the Head of Workforce Development, Mastercard Foundation, Madam Emilia Asamoah Ayipio, to address us now. Please let's encourage her as she comes.
Madam Vice Chancellor, Professor Nanaba Pia Amfu, and my linguistics lecturer. I always say that. Yeah, Professor Analate, Department of Nutrition, University of Ghana, Mr. Pierre Brunache, Secretariat Director of NKABOM Secretariat, distinguished professors and researchers, and reps from the ministries, our development partners, youth representatives present. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to join you today for the official launch of the NKABOM Collaborative at University of Ghana and the opening of the maiden seminar series focused on nutrition and food systems. On behalf of the Mastercard Foundation, I extend our warmest congratulations to the University of Ghana and all stakeholders who have worked tirelessly to bring this important initiative to life. Today's theme, Empowering Youth for a Sustainable Agri-Food Revolution in Ghana and Beyond, could not be more timely and more relevant. As we gather here, we do so against the backdrop of a continent brimming with possibility. Africa, and Ghana for that matter, is home to the world's youngest population, and with that comes immense potential, but also a deep responsibility. We know that agriculture remains the backbone of Ghana's economy, and indeed, that of many African nations. At the Mastercard Foundation, we believe that the agriculture of the future must look fundamentally different from that of the past. It must be smart, inclusive, sustainable, and nutrition sensitive. It must leverage technology, research, indigenous knowledge, and above all, the power of young people. That is where the UG NKABOM Collaborative becomes essential and crucial to serve as a catalyst for change, a platform for innovation, and a bridge connecting disciplines, generations, and communities. As many of you may already know, and Prof. Richmond had already mentioned that the word NKABOM means togetherness or collaboration in Akan. It beautifully captures what we need. That is unity of purpose to solve some of the most pressing challenges facing our food systems today, from malnutrition and food insecurity to climate vulnerability and youth unemployment. At the Mastercard Foundation, our work is grounded in the belief that young people are not only the future, they are the present. Through our Young Africa Work Strategy, we are committed to enabling 30 million young people, particularly young women, to access dignified and fulfilling work by 2030 in Africa. In Ghana, we are committed to enabling 3 million of that figure, especially in the agriculture and agriculture adjacent sectors. We are of the firm belief as a foundation that agriculture, when approached as a dynamic value chain rather than a single occupation, holds enormous potential to create meaningful livelihoods for young people, especially young women. But this transformation requires a shift in mindset and systems. It requires partnerships that unlock opportunities at every stage of the agri-food chain, from production and processing to distribution, consumption, and policy reform. It requires investments in skills, research, infrastructure, and innovation ecosystems. We are therefore proud to support an initiative like the NKABOM Collaborative that aims to equip students and young professionals with interdisciplinary knowledge and practical experience, build strong linkages between nutrition, agriculture, and public health, and encourage evidence-based policies that ensures food systems are both productive and nourishing, and foster youth-led enterprises that are climate resilient, market ready, and rooted in community. Let me commend the University of Ghana for its leadership in promoting a module of higher education that is responsive to national development needs, and for creating an inclusive space where the voices of young people are not only heard, but centered. As we launch NKABOM at the University of Ghana today and commence this important seminar series, I urge all of us, academia, development partners, policymakers, and the private sector to listen, collaborate, and then you act on that. I call on all of us gathered here to move beyond dialogue towards action that delivers real outcomes to real people, especially youth, women, and underserved communities. I wish to note that from the perspective of the Mastercard Foundation, the agri-food revolution we envision is not just about increasing yields or building infrastructure. It is about building people. It is about giving young people the tools, the confidence, and the opportunity to shape the future they deserve and the continent that we all believe in. Together, and in the spirit of NKABOM, we must move forward, build a resilient, inclusive, and thriving food systems for Ghana and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madame Emilia Asamoah Ayipio. We are grateful for the partnership with Mastercard Foundation and your continuous support to many of the initiatives that you are supporting. It's time for us to receive remarks from the director, the Secretariat Director of the NKABOM Collaborative, and I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Pierre Brunacci, Secretariat Director, to do this for us. Let's welcome him as he comes.
Good morning, distinguished guests. Professor Nana Anfo, Vice Chancellor, the youth of Ghana, we're for you today, all protocols observed. I'm just going to talk about the role of the Secretariat itself and when we started and how well this is going. So I am based in Montreal, working at McGill, and the Secretariat role is to ensuring that all partners receive their funding, because everything you have heard requires Sika, right? So this is our main role, and this journey started with the kickoff in April in Pedoasi, and I would like to ask the principal investigators at all our partners to stand up so I can acknowledge you, because I can't see everybody. I don't want to say anything. Okay, this is Prof. Baden from the University of Health and Alliance Services. I just had the pleasure to spend 48 hours in Ohoi. So some of you who has never been there, I'm asking you to go visit that beautiful area of Ghana. I see someone from AGI, Daniel. Who else? USD? No one from USD. KTU? KNUSD? Okay, all right. I'm going to talk about my friend Richmond in my remarks. When I was interviewed, he asked me about something that became clear 3 times. How are you going to resolve conflicts in this collaborative? And during my journey now in Ghana, first in April, where as my role in the director position is to make sure that I go visit all the partners, give them equal time when possible, and challenging. So I had the pleasure to spend a lot of time with King George Achimpong, who's the entrepreneurship leader for the Institute of Ghana, and I've selected them to lead the entire entrepreneurship for the collaborative. So, yeah. And because we're dealing with AgriFood system, the Secretariat is going to continue to challenge the partners. So for instance, University of Ghana, they have one huge priority because they have the competitive advantage of being in the urban area. Richmond and King George promised me they're going to seek the support of the CEO of the Ghana Chamber of, there he is, Mr. Anthony, you're not hiding, Morrison. We're going to create something called Legon Feeds Accra. So, yeah. So George and Richmond, they're going to look for empty spaces around the airport, around the large roundabouts, and they're going to show you what they've talked about, what you've heard before today, the experiential learning, providing access to people with disabilities, and entrepreneurship. So they're going to create greenhouses, they're going to do urban gardening, and they're going to bring people with disabilities and IDPs, women, to teach them how to grow vegetable and other stuff, market-oriented. But before they do that, they're going to ask restaurants and hotels what they want to buy, and the University of Ghana is going to do it. So the challenge is open for all the other partners, wherever you are, those who are managing confluences, to do the same thing, because we have a huge task ahead of us for the next 10 years. We have to create 55,000 jobs. We have to create 3,000 small and medium-sized enterprises. And whether you are the experiential learning, like Hayford, and those who are managing the access pillar, we need you to collaborate. And so the other task for the Secretariat itself is to ensuring that all the partners are spending time together. And to that end, we organized the first NKABOM networking day It was last week at Ashesi University. Anybody here from Ashesi? Okay. So we had really had the privilege to understand our Ashesi functions, their honor code, etc. And this is a series of networking days that we're going to organize every other month. So, of course, because I didn't have time to speak first with the dinosaur, he's going to lead the next one in September. And he's a monitoring and evaluation manager, who I call the police officer. Please rise. Hey, come on, up. There you go. He already told us that University of Ghana is going to outdo Ashesi. So when University of Ghana is going to announce the networking day, we would like for Richmond to invite external partners so that we all could come in and provide them ideas to make sure that we're doing the right thing for the youth of Ghana. Our other role as well is to introduce the partners to investors, because we have to provide funding in addition to what Mastercard Foundation is granting us in this partnership. And to that end, we have some series with investors, some in Canada, some in Ghana. And we were presenting as well the partners in events such as the next one in Dakar, it's the Africa Food System, during which 5,000 people are going to come to go over what's called the Kampala Declaration, where African leaders are going to try to start raising about $100 billion over the next 10 years, focusing on agri-food system, nutrition, youth innovation, and entrepreneurship. And we're also going to introduce the partners to business incubators. And we are already researching countries that have great incubators so that all the universities at the end of this 10-year program have well-established incubators to attract entrepreneurs and also large investments. So we're going to take them to countries like Morocco and hopefully South Africa, because I know you have great incubators there, so we'd like to partner with you. And the other role is coming here, supported by a great staff in Montreal. So on behalf of all my colleagues, the leadership at McGill University, I thank you for coming to this event, and I'll see you at the seminar series in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brunacci, for giving us more information even about the broader vision of NKABOM. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our keynote address, and I would like to invite at this moment Professor Francis Zotto, who is from the School of Public Health, University of Health and Allied Sciences, to introduce to us our keynote speaker. He's almost here, please, let's encourage him.
The Vice Chancellor and the Professor Chair for this occasion, permit me to stand on the existing protocols. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to have the privilege of introducing an esteemed icon, global icon. And I say University of Ghana is blessed to have her. Professor Analati served as the Director of Nutrition at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, FAO, in Rome, Italy for 7.5 years. She also served for about 30 years at the University of Ghana, where she rose through the ranks to become a full professor of nutrition. Professor Latte served as the president of the International Union of Nutritional Sciences, called the IUNS, from 2013 to 2017. Now, for those of you who do not know, the IUNS is the global nutrition fraternity that directs the strategic direction of nutrition across the world. And she was the boss. I can tell you that Professor Latte has served well in nutrition, not only in Ghana, not only in Africa, but across the globe, where she's held in high esteem. Her numerous awards include the following: the University of Ghana Best Researcher 2004 Award, Doctor of Science degree, honoris causa from McGill University, Canada in 2018, Doctor of Science degree, as I said, the IUNS Lifetime Achievement Award in 2022. She holds a Fulbright doctoral degree from the University of California, Davis, and Anna continues to serve nutrition by serving us in various international and national boards. The privilege and honor is mine to introduce her as the guest speaker. Thank you.
Help me set up. So whilst we are setting up, Professor Vice Chancellor, who is the chair of this session, permit me to stand on all protocols observing moving forward. I also like to thank Frances Zotto, my colleague, for the kind introduction. I also want to thank Professor Richmond Aite and the NKABOM team for inviting me to give the keynote presentation for this occasion. You know, once a teacher, always a teacher. So I'll be using PowerPoint slides to make the point that I'm going to say today. So we've been hearing the word thrown around, food systems. Excuse me. Food systems. What exactly do we mean by food systems? So my topic is going to be our food systems, our diet, and our youth. And this is going to be my outline too. So what exactly do we mean by food systems? This is how complicated it is. You know, we think it's not agriculture alone. It's complicated. And FAO has put this definition with looks at actors, activities, institutions, the whole lot. That's why it's called food systems. So we have a whole lot of processes, events that eventually lead to food landing on our plate. But for the purposes of our discussion today, I want to make it simple for us to understand food systems. And I'll use this bubble. So on the outer side, you have the food systems, which comprise our production, processing, retail, consumption, and disposal. As I said, it's a very complex process. Now, next to the food system, we have something we call food environment. The food environment, simply put, is the spaces around us where we pick our foods. So if you live in an area where the foods around you are highly processed foods, junk foods, those are most likely the kinds of foods you'll be choosing. Our food environment is influenced by food availability. What is available in the community? Access. Can you buy it? Desirability, whether you like it or not. All these will influence your choice of foods within your food environment. And then, whatever decisions you make will influence the diet quality. So whatever it is you are eating, ultimately is influenced by diversity, adequacy, and safety. We are concerned about our food systems because whatever happens in your food systems will find its way influencing your food environment and subsequently your diet quality, your nutritional status, and your health status. What are the issues with Ghana's agri-food systems? I would like to, in 2021, the UN called for a UN Food System Summit. It's a global summit. And prior to that, all countries were asked to look at their food systems. So we had what we call food systems dialogue. And many countries did this. Ghana also held its food systems dialogue under the guidance of the National Development Planning Commission and the Ministry of Agriculture. We brought so many sectors within the food systems together: agriculture, fisheries, trade, name them. All of them came together so that we can look at the issues within Ghana's food systems. I won't bother you, but we had a long list. This is page 1. This is page 2. I will not go into them, including issues like galamsey and all influencing our food systems. We realized that Ghana's food systems had challenges and we needed to do something about it. But in my next few slides, it's not only Ghana that has issues with their food systems. I'm going to talk about some of the key issues within our food systems. I'll not be able to talk about all of them because of time. One of the things we notice is that our food systems do not produce enough of the right foods. If you look on the chart on my left, this is how we should be eating. So if you take your plate, with food on your plate, about half of it should be fruits and vegetables. And then the others will fall in as shown here. But if you look at really how we produce food, many countries, they have policies, their agriculture policies focus on staple crops, cereals and starches. But we should be eating more of the fruits and vegetables. Production is low. Even in our own country, FAO recommends that we should eat 5 fruits and vegetables a day. If every Ghanaian is going to eat 5 fruits and vegetables a day, our production will not match our consumption. We produce too little fruits and vegetables. And not surprising, our food is heavily carbohydrates and oil. Now, Ghana, with the help of Professor Richmond Aite and his team, working with many ministries in Ghana and other civil society groups, we now have the Ghana Food-Based Dietary Guidelines. And our dietary guidelines also emphasize that Ghanaians should eat a lot of fruits and vegetables. Now, the other problem, because of the way we produce, our production focuses on starchy roots and cereals. And for that reason, healthy diets are not affordable and accessible to many, because cereals and starchy fruits are very cheap. But when it comes to fruits and vegetables, they are quite expensive. And so what I'm presenting here, I want to focus on the bar for Africa. You can see in East Africa, West Africa, the percentage of people who cannot afford a healthy diet. This is again because of the policies around agriculture that focus heavily on starchy fruits and starchy staples. Not only that, our food systems are not resilient. Globally, about 3.1 billion people cannot afford a healthy diet. In Africa, almost 1 million people. And in Ghana, we also have a lot of people, about 65% of our adult population cannot afford a healthy diet. I'm not going to the definition of a healthy diet, but you saw our food-based dietary guideline plate, the visual plate. We have to have more fruits and vegetables. The other thing about our food systems is that they are not equitable. In sub-Saharan Africa, for example, about 66% of women's employment is in the agri-food systems compared to 60%. And yet women earn less than their counterparts, male counterparts, who work in the agri-food systems. I now want to move on to our food environment. What our food environment look like? I took these pictures on the streets of Accra. our food environment is really changing. They do not really encourage healthy diets. You know, even you can see situations where sugar-sweetened beverages are so cheap, and we see competition among them. You know, I sell the cheapest sugar-sweetened beverage compared to another company. You know, so we have a lot of fast foods that are coming in. Our traditional, indigenous, healthy foods are actually falling off our dinner plate. You will all agree with me that some of the nutritious crops that we used to know when we were young and were eating, now you don't find them. Now what is interesting is that we are saying that people should have good nutrition. These are some prices of our fruits on the market. A small medium-sized watermelon costing 40 cedis. 10 to 15 fingers of banana costing also 40 cedis. And a bottle of sugar-sweetened beverage is just less than 5 cedis. How on earth do you tell a mother with a household that they should eat more fruits and vegetables when one fruit and vegetable would be the entire household's meal? Not only that, our food environment are changing. Not only in Africa, but in several, not only in Ghana, in several sub-Saharan African countries. You can see the direction of the trend. A lot of us are eating away from home. Now, people don't cook very much. No, we are eating away from home. If you go on the streets, you can see that street food is very popular. We have now outsourced our nutrition to somebody else. We don't know what goes into the foods we are eating. All we know is that we are eating. A lot more people are now eating outside than cooking at home. The other thing that is affecting our food environment is that our retail food environment is changing, dominated by a lot of large food chains. Now we see a lot of supermarkets, corner stores and all. This study was published in 2024. They examined the retail food environment in about 97 countries. And what they observed was that there were increases in the density of these outlets. They are increasing. And especially in many low-income countries, they experience rapid transformation of the food environment. And you can see that Ghana's food environment is also rapidly changing. But one of the things they observed from this study was that retail environments and the prevalence of obesity were found to be correlated. So let's see what's the consequences of the changing food environment. Because our food systems, as I said, impacts our food environment and therefore impacts the way we eat, our diet, and our nutrition. So let's see some of the consequences. Overweight and obesity trends in Ghana is increasing. This was a paper published by a group in KNUST. Professor Anan, who is one of the authors of the paper, is here with us, where they were looking at, the obesity prevalence and overweight prevalence. You can see where we are, and by 2025 now, I'm sure the trend has even gone higher. Now, in 2018, the Global Panel, that's a group that's it's made up of eminent persons. They had a ministerial meeting in Ghana. And here, they did an analysis looking at Ghana's nutrition situation. Diabetes is on the increase. You can see the trend. I think normally it's a trend that tells a lot. Diabetes is on the increase in both males and females. Overweight and obesity is on the increase. And you can see the situation. But what is even interesting is that at the time they said it cost Ghana $55 million. Diabetes alone in 2025. And this, you are talking about the medications, because once you are diabetic and you start taking medication, it's for life. If you calculate all of these, you calculate health care costs, you calculate days absent from work. If you cost all of these, it's costing Ghana about $55 million a year. Now, they say if we don't do anything about the food environment, the food systems, and we continue business as usual, what's going to happen is that it will cost Ghana about $133 million by 2045 just to manage diabetes alone. I have not mentioned the other non-communicable diseases. So what is really driving the situation we have now? Our food systems are not delivering the right foods. People are not eating the right foods, and our health are being affected. It is been estimated that poor diets are responsible for about 20% premature deaths. And it doesn't only affect, it's global. Food environments are changing. Also, high income. If you look at the causes, this is a group that looks at what is actually killing adults in the world. And in their analysis, poor diet is the leading cause of adult death in the world, and even in low-income countries like Ghana. We are not eating well, and our diet has now become a source of disease and death for us. There is a commission known as the East Lancet Commission. I had the privilege of being a member of this commission, and they looked at the food systems, global food systems, to make recommendations on how we can transform our food systems. They said we really need, some of the recommendations that came with that, we need to make a shift in our diet. We should eat healthy diets, more fruits and vegetables, nuts, legumes, seeds. We should double these in our diets. And we should reduce our consumption of red meat and especially sugar. In Ghana, maybe red meat consumption is not too much of a problem because we don't have a lot of protein in our diet. So maybe we don't have to worry too much about that. But we know that as people become wealthy, as income increases, they change their diet and begin to eat excessively these products that I'm talking about. And from the analysis, they said if we are able to make a change in the way we eat, there will be substantial benefits. We can reduce the premature deaths, which currently is killing adults. We can reduce premature death by about 11 million persons a year. So 11 million premature deaths can be avoided. So all of these concerns led the UN to hold the UN Food System Summit, asking countries, please do something about your food systems. Make sure that your food systems are positively influencing your food environment and the way people eat. So we had this great call from the UN to all countries to transform their food systems. The African Union has taken on, and in the next CADEP, the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program Plan 2026 to 2035, the focus is on transforming Africa's agri-food systems to ensure food security. Thankfully, Ghana has also taken this seriously, and in 2021, Ghana made 10 commitments, which was presented at the UN Food System Summit by the then sitting president, saying that this is what Ghana is going to do to transform her food systems. This document has been revised and was released by NDPC this July and this month. And so we have Ghana's food systems transformation, the road to 2030. I'm not going to, the content is there, it's published. I'm sure if you go to the website, you can see this document, and I'll urge you, please look at it if we are serious about transforming our food systems. Now, what do we want to transform our food systems to be when we say food systems transformation? We want it to be healthy to humans. So the foods that our food systems are producing should make us healthy, not sick. Our food systems should be resilient. That means it should be able to stand shocks like pandemics and all, and also be able to stand price changes so that we can continue to eat healthy. It should be equitable. You all agree with me that smallholder farmers who produce the food that you and I eat live in poverty. This is not correct. People who produce food for us to eat are the poorest, and sometimes their children are malnourished. We want to change this. We want our food systems to be sustainable, because food systems, I haven't gone to this in my presentation, but we know that food systems are actually driving the planet in ways that are not protective of our natural resources and biodiversity. And also, there are issues in our food system. We use resources to produce food, and a lot of it goes to waste. So we want our food systems to be efficient, reducing food loss and waste. Professor Richmond Ayite has told us a lot about NKABOM and what NKABOM wants to do. Focus on the youth, empower them, get them to innovate and achieve. And hopefully our youth will take up livelihood within the food systems. But you want to ask, why are we focusing on the youth? Why should we focus on the youth? This is what Africa's population dynamic looks like. In 2024, we had about 1.5 billion, that's Africa's population. And our growth rate is such that every 3 years, we add 100 million people to our population every 3 years. About 40% of Africa's population is under 15 years, and about 60% is under 25 years. So you can see that Africa has this rich resource of youth. You can see how Ghana's population pyramid mimics that of Africa. Very close. About 40% of Africa's population is under 15, and about 57% is also under 25, mimicking what we have in Africa. So again, how will Ghana take advantage? Let's not see the youth population as a challenge, but let's see it as an opportunity. Recently, FAO released this report, the status of youth in agri-food systems. And I'm just putting a few points from this report, a few key points. They said there are more youth today than any point in human history. Any point in human history. Today we have more youth in the world. But this youth, if they are adequately nourished, educated, equipped, and given the opportunities, they can actually lead the food system transformation we are calling. They said if all youth had access to decent jobs, the agri-food sector alone could add an estimated 670 billion in global GDP. And clearly, and I agree with them, that the youth need agri-food systems, and agri-food systems transformation need the youth. Africa's agri-food systems hold promise for improving youth employment and youth livelihood. But we need to build their capacity. We need to empower them, give them the resources they need to be able to contribute to the agri-food system transformation we are calling for. This guy, some of you may know him, Joachim van Braun. He used to be the Director General for IFPRI. And he said this: a vibrant food processing sector creates jobs. If carefully designed, Africa's food processing can deliver more diverse, nutritious, less perishable, and more convenient foods that improve people's well-being, contribute to sustainable economic growth across the continent, and will especially benefit women, and I dare say also our youth. So in summary or conclusion, I'll say that food systems, as I've mentioned, are not moving in the right direction, because our food systems are supposed to make us healthy. But now we see obesity and also diet-related non-communicable diseases on the rise. And this is what is actually a common cause of death and disease. There is a global call for food systems transformation to make people healthy. Our food system should be resilient, sustainable, efficient, and provide decent livelihood. We have the human resources in our youth. If we can build the capacity of Africa's or Ghana's youth, they can be the driver of the food systems transformation that we want. The youth need skills and resources to be able to take advantage of the opportunities within our food systems. And as Professor Richmond Ayite has said, this is what NKABOM is all about. I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. A louder round of applause. Let's appreciate Professor Analate. I believe that her presentation has challenged all of us. It's given us a strong call for all of us to champion initiatives such as NKABOM. It's a reminder for us to do better when it comes to our food and nutrition issues. Thank you very much, Professor Latte, for challenging us this morning. We have come to a very important point in this morning's program, which is the official launch of the UG NKABOM Collaborative. The launch is going to be in this form. We would invite our Vice Chancellor, who is chairing this morning, to declare the collaborative launched. After that, we would ask members of the platform party to step down to do the unveiling to officially launch the collaborative. So, Madam Vice Chancellor, we invite you back here for the launch. Please, let's encourage her as she comes.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This morning we have heard from the brains behind this project. Our keynote speaker has also challenged us a lot and set the tone for why we need a project like this to transform our food systems in this country and even beyond. And so on that note, I declare the UG NKABOM Collaborative duly launched.
We have some deans and directors here. We'd like to have a photograph of you as well. Deans and directors. our provosts, please kindly join. Our provosts, any provosts here or representatives of our provosts, please kindly join them for the photograph. Staff of NKABOM, are you here? Please, let's have you quickly come up. Staff of NKABOM. There's a lot of space up here, so you can come up the stairs. Thank you very much. As they take their seats, would also like to launch the UG NKABOM mentorship program. I'd like to invite the Director of the Research and Innovation Directorate, Professor David Oduahin, to do this launch on our behalf. As he comes, please, let's acknowledge him. He'll be joined by, do we have here the CEO of Chamber of Agribusiness Ghana, Mafex Trust Ghana Limited. Professor Georgia Champon, if you can join them, please. So this is the launch of the UG NKABOM mentorship program. Would like to invite the representative of CSIR to join them. CSIR, Trolley Markets, Kade Palm Association, at Impoku Fisheries Association, please join them for the next set of photos. CNR participants, please come up and join them for the last photo for this particular segment. CNR participants. Thank you very much. Last but not certainly least, we would like to launch the UG NKABOM Honors Program, and I would like to invite Mr. Pierre Brunache to do that for us. The UG NKABOM Honors Program, we would like to invite to join him Mr. Andani Yakubu Andani, the representative of FAO, representative of FAO, CEO of EPA, if you are here, please join them. And Professor Kwache, President of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences, please join them for this particular one. I'd like to invite NKABOM partners, please join them for the photograph. NKABOM partners. And our shortlisted honors program, those who have been shortlisted for the honors program, please join them at this moment for the last group of photographs. Our shortlisted, okay, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Ghana Dance Ensemble for accompanying the launch with beautiful melodious drum tunes. Thank you so much. As you can see, this is real NKABOM. Do you agree with me? Different age groups, different people from different parts of society and all of that. This is just beautiful. Please, let's appreciate the NKABOM Collaborative one more time. Before we take the break, and I also want to let you to know that we'll be taking more photographs after this morning's lunch. Before the second part, I would like to invite back here our Chairperson, Vice Chancellor, Professor Nana Aba-Apiamfo, to deliver her closing remarks. Please let's acknowledge her as she comes.
Thank you once again, Pascaline. It's been an exciting morning, hasn't it? Oh, I don't feel the excitement. Hasn't it been an exciting morning? I'm very optimistic, and I'm looking forward to all that we are going to achieve together through this NKABOM project. We have been told what NKABOM is: togetherness, a collective. And this morning, we have seen things, at least I have observed things happen in threes. NKABOM itself has 3 pillars: the education and empowerment pillar, the access and success pillar, which I love so much, because sometimes we are either focused on access and we forget about success, or we are focused on success and we forget about access. But NKABOM is thinking about these two and noted that these two can really go together. The third is entrepreneurship, and it's intended to work to create an ecosystem which will allow entrepreneurship to thrive. It will allow the ideas that our young people have to thrive, from ideas to implementation and to impact in our communities. We've seen here partnerships also from 3 ministries: from the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Agribusiness, and from the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. They have all pledged their support for this program. Indeed, the Deputy Minister for Food and Agriculture challenged us, but indeed we are already on board with the challenge. The University of Ghana is a part of the Feed Ghana project, and we are working with the ministry and other agencies to ensure that that program is a success. We have seen 3 kinds of institutions also here working together as a collective and providing support. We've seen educational institutions, we've seen institutions from the public sector, and we have seen institutions from the private sector, including our funding organization. And our keynote speaker has given us a lot to think about. She reminded us of the state of our food systems, indicating that our food systems are not in the right place globally and particularly on this continent. But in these challenges are opportunities. I believe that those are the opportunities that the initiators of this collaborative saw and envisioned this amazing program. And finally, we ended with 3 launches: the collaborative itself, the mentorship program, and the honors program. As we sat there, Prof. Saite was telling me about the honors program, that indeed these are the brightest and the best that we have here at this university and indeed in the country, coming from across disciplines with a mindset to work together for us to find solutions to our food systems, for us to be able to feed our people, for us to be able to have the right nutrition and to grow well as a nation. We have heard over and over again the potential of our youth, how youthful our population is as a continent and as a nation, and the need for us to harness the potential of our youth. This collaborative is looking at youth not just as partners, but as drivers of the program. We are looking at involving actively women, and also we are not forgetting certain sections of our populations that sometimes we so easily forget, which are the displaced people and people living with disabilities. I believe that this morning we've seen a demonstration that we are ready to work. We are ready to find solutions to the challenges of this nation as far as our food systems are concerned. We are not only going to theorize, we will theorize, it is important, but we would also move from theory to practice in partnership with all of our collaborators to ensure that we have solutions to our complex problems. I would like to, as I bring my closing remarks to a close, to particularly single out Professor Richmond Aite and commend him for this idea, commend him for his creativity, for his consistency, for his conscientiousness, and for his convincingness, or I don't know if it is cohesion. I don't know how he's managed to pull all of us together from all over the country, even from the continent internationally, across sectors, to join hands together for this NKABOM collaborative. I have told him, and I do repeat, that I look forward to receiving the updates from this program. I know that with him in the driving seat and with all of you, the support of all of you, we will not be disappointed and we are going to see the results. Thank you very much, and thank you all for joining us for this session. The program has not ended, so please do not let us leave. We have the discussion, the panel discussion. I've seen the panelists. We can only anticipate an amazing discussion session. So I wish us all the very best for the rest of the day and indeed for the duration of this program and beyond. Thank you all very much, and may God bless us.
So thank you very much, Madam Vice Chancellor. She's encouraged all of us to stay on, so I wouldn't add any more to that. But just to let you know that we are going to take a short break, exactly 20 minutes. My time now is almost 11:20, so we return about 11:40. I hope I'm okay with that. About 11:40. And during the break, what we want to ask you to do is to visit the exhibition stands at the north wing of the Great Hall, which is to my left-hand side. And for those of you seated in the hall, is to your right. So please, let's visit the exhibition stands, and I'll give you a sneak peek at what you'll be seeing at the exhibitions. You are going to be seeing exhibition of posters and products of 10 startup businesses of students from UG. And these businesses came about following their participation in the Idea Surgery and Boot Camp that was organized by NKABOM in April. I want to entreat you to interact with them. There's an opportunity for you to vote, okay, vote for them via a QR code for your most preferred startup business. So please, we need you at the exhibition stands so that we can continue to encourage our young people to ideate and to come up with very wonderful initiatives that will help all of us in the long run. So part 1 of our program is over. We'll see you back here at 11:40 a.m. this morning. So would kindly, if the Ghana Dance Ensemble can see us off, would like to invite the platform party to recess, all of us to stand as they recess, and then would visit the exhibition stands and return here in exactly 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
ne nyeba yeboa ne wake inaugurate program ko ne wachele NKABOM collaborative nga University of Ghana Homino. NKABOM collaborative eji program ke ha akwa pelin ke ngopelin titri ke ha niewi ke yewi ne asonka ama penu alo ama kase akwa peni heni ne osamino neji July 28th wama inaugurate nga University of Ghana lo inga mo ne foye na oba imhuma hi lejon lo inga la mana mo nga lejon.
Hi, my name is John Dumelo, Member of Parliament for Ayawaso West Bogon, and then also the Deputy Minister for Food and Agriculture. As you all know, I'm very interested in youth empowerment, especially when it comes to agriculture. The driving force of every economy is food, and the driving force for that is youth empowerment. The University of Ghana is launching the NKABOM program, which aims at empowering the youth when it comes to skills development, training, and capacity building in the agro-business space. And so join us on the 28th of July 2025 at 9 a.m. at the Great Hall, where we launch the UG NKABOM program. There will be mentorship programs, there will be skills training, there will be capacity building, everything you need to know about youth in agriculture. And of course, yours truly, John Dumelo, will definitely be there.
Abujanfo, Ago, University of Ghana Edjumedie Biaba, or friend of NKABOM Collaborative. Nyami Aduma Edjwada Eben, or bed Dejumedie di, University of Ghana, one great hall, Ewosia Ponomo. Now, we are baboon. Where do you feel a copy of Biasan? Empo, we will be a way where Juma, effort Piayohu, and I said, what tone no Piayohu no Baye, the beer and the effort of value chain, no, would demote cotton beer. And your queen like a sear abama. Your shakine said, a mabuma, one con dosse or bepe one son yuma, wabe when yuma, nas when you won't do one. Sakwen ye briamam. Mumra, Nianka and Timum, Nayanda said you may be a ho, Ubu and Aquania or any more, you ordered my war. Bra, na oba, the back connecto, the back wow, I'm a now passing with ye be around so at me edimu. Me, mature redeem. Mitiho, the shopline said, Obeba, now Obansua, Shame, Femikwa, na and Komobio Hono, ye baby. We have a plan for the young people. Our goal is to help the youth to be able to be entrepreneurial within the agri-food value chain. And we have a lot of stuff in stock for you. Come and let's work together. See you there.
It's finally happening. And we are having the launch of the NKABOM Collaborative. It's finally taking off on 28th of July at the University of Ghana. The University of Ghana NKABOM Collaborative is being launched. Great minds are gathering to discuss how we will transform food systems in Ghana, and we are going to change the landscape. Look out for this space and be part of this transformative experience happening in agri-food systems and nutrition in Ghana.
Hello everyone, my name is Christiana and I am super excited to invite you to a landmark event, the official launch of UG NKABOM Collaborative. Join us on Monday, 28 July 2025 at the Great Hall for a powerful gathering of minds shaping nutrition and agri-food systems. So whether you are a student, a professional, or a change maker, this event is for you. Come connected, learn, and be inspired to drive impact across Ghana and beyond. See you there.
Ago Ghana duko de kapeo de tibeo esedo olao milemiakpem ba University of Ghana NKABOM Collaborative program jeje sile jinu ya po nkekebla bovo ni le gasheke mele University of Ghana Great Hall mikpe mi be mi ava ne mi ahudo ya no ne na je efiato na je gato akpena mi kata.
I'm a be Upper West, Terrador and Aquia, and Yola Francis, a be University of Ghana. To tell it to Noraka University Ghana and York, when I'm making Kaboom, till I know. And it to Noranga why be Poland and Posare Sombotuma. So, only be Poland, a be Posada, at Tonovi Optuma, Tebe Simayele, and Nam Honabaton Banker, Honabaton yet Sombo. To Tarana Sombonga, to make an expert, Chabia Tari bring to make a seed money, and also be Poland for Sare for so, an 18 lunch, chewing a baby lizard and a need. So, we are more Chowa Kare Lanto, Kare Lanyo, and a Tunor Natin American Kaboom, na wana ko ben ka di polo anem postare ka banya bonda boma ayini ko be ne so yemo chewa karlata ya barka.
Hello, wangani ne fon kan nye chupa ko chai ne nye baye boa ne wake inaugurate program ko ne wa chele NKABOM collaborative nga University of Ghana Hiomino. NKABOM collaborative eji program ke ha akwa pelin ke ngopelin titri ke ha nyewi ke yewi ne asonka ama pengo alo ama kase akwa pelin heni ne oslamino neji July 28th wama inaugurate nga University of Ghana lo inga mo ne fo na oba imhuma hi legion lo inga la mana mo nga legion.
Hi, my name is John Dumelo, Member of Parliament for Ayawaso West Bourbon, and then also the Deputy Minister for Food and Agriculture. As you all know, I'm very interested in youth empowerment, especially when it comes to agriculture. The driving force of every economy is food, and the driving force for that is youth empowerment. The University of Ghana is launching the NKABOM program, which aims at empowering the youth when it comes to skills development, training, and capacity building in the agribusiness space. And so join us on the 28th of July 2025 at 9 a.m. at the Great Hall, where we launch the UG NKABOM program. There will be mentorship programs, there will be skills training, there will be capacity building, everything you need to know about youth in agriculture. And of course, yours truly, John Dumelo, will definitely be there.
Hello.
Abujanfo Abo University of Ghana edwumadie biaba wofre no NKABOM collaborative nyame adoma edwoada eben obedda dwumadie edi ewo University of Ghana one great hall a ewo suapon no mu na wo yobebo wedi fie ekopem aduasa nan empo we obi a we wadu efa kuayo ho anase wo ton no kuayo ho no baye bibia na efa no value chain no wodi mo adwukotene bia ene yakwanya kese abama ye hwe kwan se emabun a won kondo se obepe wonsa no nyuma wa baye won nyuma na wanya wo ho na wade won ho no saa kwanya ya bia mamo momra ni enka yentimom na yenda sa adwumadi adi aho obehu akwanya wo ene mo a ye wo de mawo bra na oba ye be connect ye be bo amanya opase wo ye biara nso atuni adimu me machiro mi din miti ho ye hwe kwan se obeba na oba nso a hwehwe me fra me kwadwaira kwa na enkomo bia wo no we have a plan for the young people. Our goal is to help the youth to be able to be entrepreneurial within the AgriFood value chain. And we have a lot of stuff in stock for you. Come and let's work together. See you there.
It's finally happening, and we are having the launch of the NKABOM collaborative. It's finally taking off on 28th of July at the University of Ghana. The University of Ghana NKABOM collaborative is being launched. Great minds are gathering to discuss how we will transform food systems in Ghana, and we are going to change the landscape. Look out for this space and be part of this transformative experience happening in agri-food systems and nutrition in Ghana.
Hello everyone, my name is Christiana and I am super excited to invite you to a landmark event, the official launch of UG NKABOM Collaborative. Join us on Monday, 28 July 2025 at the Great Hall for a powerful gathering of minds shaping nutrition and agri-food systems. So whether you are a student, a professional, or a change maker, this event is for you. Come connected, learn, and be inspired to drive impact across Ghana and beyond. See you there.
Ago Ghana Duko Dekakwe, Detigbeo, Esedolao, Milamiakbem by University of Ghana and NKABOM Collaborative, Pogomajeje, Silejinuya for Nkakablabovoni, Legasheke, Mala University of Ghana Great Hall. Mikbemi Bemiava, Nemia Wudoyano, Nenaje, Efiato Naje Gato, Akbenami, Kata.
I'm a beauty and be Upper West, Terry Gordon War and a queer. And you're Francis, I be University of Ghana. To tell you to know the University of Ghana and York, when I'm making Kabul, till I know. And it to know why we pull on the Posare Sombotuma. So, can we be pulled at the Posara at Novi Optuma, Tebe Simayele, and Nam Honabaton Banker, Honabaton yet Sombo. To tell us Sombonga, to make an expert, Tebe, to bring to make a seed money, and also be pulling the Posare before. So, Hanetian lunch. Chunga bibiri lezare ane anidare. So we more chawa kare lanto kare lanyo ane chungwar ngati na meke NKABOM. Na wana kuo ven kabi polo ane posare kabanya bonda mboma ayini mpo benye. So we more chawa kare lanta ya baraka.
Hello, wangani ne fonka nganye chupa ko chai ne nyebaye bwa ne wake inaugurate program ko na wachele NKABOM Collaborative nga University of Ghana Hiomino. NKABOM Collaborative eji program ke ha akwa peli ke ngopeli titri ke ha niewi ke yewi ne asonka ama pengo alo ama kase akwa pemi heni ne osamino neji July 28 wama inaugurate nga University of Ghana lo inga mo ne foye na oba imuhuma hile John lo ingela mana mongele John.
Hi, my name is John Dumelo, Member of Parliament for Ayawaso West Bogon, and then also the Deputy Minister for Food and Agriculture. As you all know, I'm very interested in youth empowerment, especially when it comes to agriculture. The driving force of every economy is food, and the driving force for that is youth empowerment. The University of Ghana is launching the NKABOM program, which aims at empowering the youth when it comes to skills development, training, and capacity building in the agribusiness space. And so join us on the 28th of July 2025 at 9 a.m. at the Great Hall, where we launch the UG NKABOM program. There will be mentorship programs, there will be skills training, there will be capacity building, everything you need to know about youth in agriculture. And of course, yours truly, John Dumelo, will definitely be there.
Abujanfo, Ago, University of Ghana Edjumedie Biaba, or friend of NKABOM Collaborative. Nyami Aduma Edjwada Eben, or bed Dejumedie di, Ewa University of Ghana, one great hall, Ewa Siapon Nomo. Na Uyo Bebum, where do you feel a copy of Biasa 9? Empo, we will be a way where Juma, effect Piayohu, and I said, what tone no Piayohu no Baye, the beer and the effect of value chain, no, would demote cotton beer, and your quina can see Abama. Yasha quine said, a mabua, one condose or bepe one son yuma, Wabe when yuma, Nas when you want to do one hono, Sakwen ye Briamam. Mumra, Nianka and Timum, Nayanda said you may be a ho, Ubu and Aquania any more, you ordered my war. Bra, na Oba. You better connect to, you better wow, I'm a now person will be around so at me at me. Me, my children, ding, it's ho, the shop can say Obeba, now Bansua, Shame, Femi Quajaira, na and Komobi Ohono, ye baby. We have a plan for the young people. Our goal is to help the youth to be able to be entrepreneurial within the AgriFood value chain. And we have a lot of stuff in stock for you. Come and let's work together. See you there.
It's finally happening, and we are having the launch of the NKABOM Collaborative. It's finally taking off on 28th of July at the University of Ghana. The University of Ghana NKABOM Collaborative is being launched. Great minds are gathering to discuss how we will transform food systems in Ghana, and we are going to change the landscape. Look out for this space and be part of this transformative experience happening in agri-food systems and nutrition in Ghana.
Hello everyone, my name is Christiana and I am super excited to invite you to a landmark event, the official launch of NKABOM Collaborative. Join us on Monday, 28 July 2025 at the Great Hall for a powerful gathering of minds shaping nutrition and agri-food systems. So whether you are a student, a professional or a change maker, this event is for you. Come connected, learn and be inspired to drive impact across Ghana and beyond. See you there.
Ago Ghana duko de kakpeo de tigbeo esedo olao milemiakpem ba University of Ghana NKABOM Collaborative pogomejeje sile jinu ya po nkekebla bovonyi le gasheke mele University of Ghana Great Hall mikpe mi be mi ava ne mi ahudo yanu ne naje efiato naje gato akpena mi kata.
Mabiri Nambi Upper West, Taradro Mo and Akwe, and Yola Francis, Abi University of Ghana. To tell it to Nora Kanga University Ghana Nanyok, Banamaka and Kabum, till Lanyok. And it to Nora Nawa, the Poland Posare, Sombotuma. So, only the Poland Abi Posara, Atonovi Optuma, Tabi Simayele, and Nam Honabaton Banker, Honabaton yet Sombo. To Tarana Sombonga, American experts, Chabia Tari bring at America seed money, and also be polling for Sare Boko. So, Hanetian lunch, chewing a baby lizard and need dare. So, we are more Chowa Kare Lanto, Kare Lanyo, and it to know nothing American Kabum. Now, one of poor van can be polo, and then Posare Kabanya Bondamboma, a uniform. So, we are more.
Hello. Would like to invite everyone to come back in. Our 20 minutes is up. If I can get the NKABOM team around to kindly bring those at the exhibition stands to come in so we can continue.
University of Ghana Hyomino. NKABOM Collaborative, a G program keha aqua peli, kemopeli, titri keha niewi ke yewi, ne aswaka ama pengo alo ama kase aqua peli heni, ne osamino neji July 28th, wama inaugurate. University of Ghana, Law Ingamon le Foyena Oba, Imhumahi Legion, Law Ingelamana Monga Legion.
Hi, my name is John Dumelo, Member of Parliament for Ayawasu West Bogon, and then also the Deputy Minister for Food and Agriculture. As you all know, I'm very interested in youth empowerment, especially when it comes to agriculture. The driving force of every economy is food, and the driving force for that is youth empowerment. The University of Ghana is launching the NKABOM program, which aims at empowering the youth when it comes to skills development, training, and capacity building in the agro-business space. And so join us on the 28th of July 2025 at 9 a.m. at the Great Hall, where we launch the UG NKABOM program. There will be mentorship programs, there will be skills training, there will be capacity building, everything you need to know about
Hello.
In agriculture.
Can we have everyone back in here?
We'll definitely.
20 minutes is up. The NKABOM team, if you can help me to bring those at the exhibition stands back in.
NKABOM Collaborative. Nyame adoma edwada eben obedda dwumadi edi ewo University of Ghana one Great Hall ewo Suapon no mu na wo yobebu wadi fie kopem abiasa nan empo wo obi a wa wo wadwuma efa kuayo ho anase wo ton no kuayo ho no baye bibiara na efa no value chain no wodi mu adwukotene bia ane yakwanya kese abama yehwe kwan se emabu a won kondo se obepe wonsa no nyuma wa baye wanyuma na wanya wo ho na wade wo ho no saa kwanya ya bua mamo momra na yanka yentimom na yanda sa dwumadi adi aho obehu akwanya ho ene mo a ye wo de ma wo bra na oba ye be connect o ye be boa o ama nya opase wo ye biara nso atumi adimu me matro mi din miti ho me hwe kwan se obeba na oba nso a hwehwe me fa me kwadwa irakwa na enkomo bi ho no ye bedi. We have a plan for the young people. Our goal is to help the youth to be able to be entrepreneurial within the agri-food value chain. And we have a lot of stuff in stock for you. Come and let's work together. See you there.
It's finally happening, and we are having the launch of the NKABOM Collaborative. It's finally taking off on 28th of July at the University of Ghana. The University of Ghana NKABOM Collaborative is being launched. Great minds are gathering to discuss how we will transform food systems in Ghana, and we are going to change the landscape. Look out for this space and be part of this transformative experience happening in agri-food systems and nutrition in Ghana.
Please, can we have those outside to please come in so we can continue?
Hello everyone, my name is Christiana.
Please, those at the exhibition stands, our time is up. Can you come in? Can I get the ushers to help me to bring them in, please? All of those outside, please come in. We want to continue. We'll ask those outside, please join us while we want to continue with the program. Can we get the ushers to bring them in, please? Okay, I think we have almost everybody back in here, and so we don't want to waste any more time. We are going to receive a presentation from our guest speaker on the theme From Soil to Success, Cultivating Profitable Futures for Ghanaian Youth Through Digital Agritech. And so I'd like to invite Ms. Gloria Adai, who is the Collaborative Administrator, to introduce to us our guest speaker for this segment. Please, let's welcome her as she comes.
Our guest speaker for today is in the person of Mr. Pierre Brunache. Pierre Brunache Jr. is an international development specialist with 15 years of experience focusing on agri-food systems in more than 20 sub-Saharan African countries. His expertise includes fostering partnerships between the public and private sectors to drive investments, managing food systems, pioneering youth innovation and entrepreneurship, advising farmer cooperatives, ministers of trade and agriculture, and executives at the African Development Bank. He has held senior management positions in both private and not-for-profit sectors, catalyzing high-performance teams and galvanizing policy initiatives and trade financing aimed at improving food security and economic growth in the region. He lived and worked in Ghana, South Africa, and Cote d'Ivoire for over a decade. Mr. Brunache recently joined McGill University as the Secretariat Director to Youth Entrepreneurship and I'll take it again. Mr. Brunache recently joined McGill University as the Secretariat Director to lead the NKABOM Collaborative, which ignites Ghanaian youth entrepreneurship and experiential learning in nutrition and sustainable agri-food in partnership with the Mastercard Foundation. Please let's give it up for our guest speaker, Mr. Pierre Brunache.
Thank you, Gloria. Before I start, during the break, I had to get a little bit of energy. And I'll be able to speak because I just ate cassava shortbread made in Ghana by Del Chris. Where is Rosalind? Where is she? She's the UHAS entrepreneurship lead. So you could see after King George, we also have another entrepreneur who's producing stuff. So, again, good morning, esteemed faculty, the guests, and the youth of Ghana. It's an honor to be here at the Institute of Ghana, participating in this vital conversation about empowering Ghanaian youth for a sustainable agri-food revolution. Let's begin with a stark reality. While Ghana's economy is growing, the youth unemployment rate for 2024 stands at approximately 5.4%. You heard Prof. Anna mention that the unemployment rate in the agri-food system is actually 65%. So this is where we have a lot of work to do. This isn't just an economic statistic. It represents untapped potential, deferred dreams, and a critical challenge for Ghana's future. But what if I told you that the solution to this challenge, the engine for a truly sustainable economic revolution, lies not just in our fertile lands, but in the hands of our digitally savvy youth? This morning I met with one of them at 8:30, and I will talk to you about stuff that I wrote here for the poultry sector. And walking from here to the VC's office, he was explaining to me that he's already doing it. So, Efford, George, Richmond, kudos to you guys, because you have serious arsenal here. Not the football team, talking about the youth. My topic today, as asked by Richmond, is from soil to success, cultivating profitable futures for Ghanaian youth through digital agriculture. It's directly linked to the very heart of this event's theme. We are here to talk about the revolution. As Prof. Anna said, an agri-food revolution. But this revolution won't be fought with hoes and cutlasses. It will be waged with smartphones, drones, as you saw in the room earlier, taking pictures, but those are drones for field, our crops, etc. It's about transforming agriculture from a perceived last resort into a first choice, high-tech and incredibly profitable ventures for Ghanaians' next generation. This isn't just about food security. It's about economic prosperity, youth empowerment, and a sustainable future built on innovation. This innovation was privileged to see it at Ohoi, at KNUST, at Ashesi, KTU, USD, and of course, the dinosaur here, they have it all. Today I will highlight the immense commercial opportunities within Ghana's agri-food sector, demonstrate how digital technologies are already transforming the opportunities into tangible profits, and finally propose our strategic investment, particularly to the initiative like our NKABOM collaborative, in partnership with the local institutions that you heard of, the Mastercard Foundation, McGill University. We'll see how they will be able to accelerate dignified jobs and create new small and medium enterprises for Ghanaian youth, especially women and people with disabilities. As we all know, Ghana is a land of opportunity with vast agricultural resources. Agriculture remains the bedrock of Ghana's economy. According to the World Bank, it's adding roughly 21% to Ghana's GDP to demonstrate a significant economic weight. But as you all know, most of the youth not interested. And I had the privilege to talk to some of the youth, not just in Ghana, but also Ghanaians, Nigerians, Kenyans, who are actually now studying at McGill University. Like I mentioned earlier, we represent all the partners, not just in Ghana, but when we're at McGill, we go and we speak with the Ghanaian students, African students, especially those who are learning food security, food psychology, etc. But they told us that they identified 8 challenges and mentioned why they're not interested in agriculture. The perception that agriculture is old-fashioned and low-tech, they said that's a major hurdle for them. They mentioned limited access. Farmers, they have limited resources, they don't have, it's land insecurity, you never know when you're going to lose the land. There's a lack of information, low market prices, weather forecasts, although Ghana is trying to change that within the Agribusiness Chamber WhatsApp group. From time to time, they provide weather forecasts, but it has to be done differently. Of course, finance. So the gentleman I spoke with this morning, when I was sharing my speech with him, he told me that not only do they have difficulty in securing loans from traditional banks, but what the youth has realized, and to AGI, who is our private sector partner, Seth, they said that we have to find a way, if we want this to succeed, to turn the bank from thinking that agric is high risk, and then they feel that all the banks in Ghana have a lack of pro-business lending regulations. They said that the policies are crazy, and even though they come up with good ideas, they are unable to fund those ideas. They mentioned that the low productivity in Ghana's sector make it very difficult for them to really commit. Some of them mentioned the climate change impacts. They mentioned the drought in 2024 that affected some regions where they experienced over 90% crop losses. So some of them said, we're not interested because it's too laborious, no money, and as a result, They rather come to Accra, they rather come to the urban centers looking for white-collar jobs or government jobs. But there's some good news. There are untapped opportunities for the youth. They can leverage the inefficiencies in the value chain to create new solutions. There's a lot of demand for value-added agri-products. This is the example. This is from cassava, gluten-free, and this, if you can get FDA approval, if Rosin can get a good imported distributor in the US, for instance, it'll sell, because this is the type of stuff they're interested in. So we need the digital revolution that's going to provide the tool to overcome all the barriers I just mentioned. And this is where profitable futures could begin for young agri-entrepreneurs. So now let's talk about some numbers, because the revolution isn't just about impact, it's about income. We're not just talking about farming for subsistence, we're talking about building profitable agribusiness. So I will talk about 3 sectors in particular that the youth seem to be interested in. I mentioned cereal, they said, cereal, they're not interested. So they're interested in fruit, vegetable, tubers, they're interested in poultry, they're interested in aquaculture. According to commodities intelligence reports, the Ghanaian fruit and vegetable market was valued at $1 billion this year. And the projection is that it will go to $1.4 billion by 2032. So there's a large market for Ghanaian products, for fruit, vegetable, and tubers. And if we use digital solutions for fruit and vegetable, tuber, by optimizing the market, reduce post-harvest losses, gross margins can range from 27 to 40%, with farms having minor season proving more profitable due to higher off-season prices. Vegetable can see rate margin for 59 to 71%, according to the experts, with hybrid seeds and optimized practices. Now, if they leverage the tools and be able to provide direct monitoring, your production, connect farmers to consumer platforms, they can actually generate annual profits between 80,000 to 150,000 cedis at today's rate. I checked it last night, Richmond. So if they want to export fruit, vegetable, and tubers, they even have a higher potential revenue. Ghana, for instance, earned about $48 million last year. And this revenue was from yam and pineapple exports. Now, with digital agriculture, they can even generate higher profit. And for export, they can generate between 150,000 to 300,000 cedis. So we're talking almost $30,000 exporting vegetable. And we have Anthony here going to Italy and all those countries to open market for the Ghanaian youth, so we're in good hands. Now for poultry. According to the Journal of Agriculture and Food Research, the per capita consumption of chicken in Ghana is 57% compared to Senegal, where there's a ban on poultry imports. However, Senegal production is 400% higher than Ghana. And Senegal's population is half of Ghana's. So you could imagine that Ghana is consuming 340,000 metric tons and 270,000 were imported. So if we leverage digital tools like automated feeding systems, real-time disease monitoring, local farms can boost productivity, reduce mortality rates, and lower per unit production costs to actually make local production more competitive than imports. So, in the poultry sector, using digital tools, an example of raising 1,000 broilers, which is not too popular here, it could generate at least 30,000 to 50,000 seeds annually by achieving consistent high yields and multiple production cycles annually. Moving to aquaculture, we had the privilege to meet with the regional minister of the Volta region after we came from Ohoy, and he was sharing with us his grand vision, and he showed us what some Indian partners are already doing in the aquaculture sector, but not using digital platforms, just still huge cans and putting water and fish, etc. But now, use digital solutions, you can increase that. Our demand for fish is 1.2 million tons. And if the youth can get digital platforms, just like in the poultry sector, where they can control, monitor disease, and have optimized feed usage, reduce mortalities, they can generate profit between 60,000 to 100,000 seeds. So these figures illustrate not just production volume, but the real potential profit. And this is where we come in as NKABOM. So we are committed to making those opportunities a reality for Ghanaian youth. So we're going to be able to, with digital platforms, reduce post-harvest losses through efficient logistics and cold chain management facilitated by the tools that I mentioned earlier. So for instance, in the poultry and aquaculture sectors, in my conversation with the youth this morning, we talked about, he already created what he called a smart poultry management system. And by the way, it was his partner who was going to McGill who introduced us. So the connection is really good, and it's something that I think all of us should encourage, doing peer-to-peer learning between those who are abroad and those who are still here, so that they don't need to travel abroad to have access to those type of skills. So for the poultry and aquaculture, you have what's called predictive analysis. So what the predictive analysis will do, it will help you optimize the feeding schedule. And it can forecast market demand, not only detect the early disease like I mentioned earlier, but abroad they use IoT sensors, Internet of Things sensors. And what the gentleman I met with this morning, he told me that they actually have cameras in some of the poultry farm to analyze the chicken behavior patterns. So they can have visual cues from the camera feeds, and that allows them to detect genetic markers for quick isolation and treatment to prevent widespread outbreaks. They can also deploy what's called nutrient management software. Those things exist and they can build them. So what it does is, in the poultry sector, and I'm glad to let you know that University of Ghana poached a PhD student from Morocco, from UNCSP, and he's now going to develop an alternative poultry feed. So he's not worrying about maize and soya. He's going to use azolla which is a super protein, and cassava waste. And once he's able to do that, that's going to address the high cost of imported feed that currently plagues the poultry industry. The youth also can establish farmer networks and forums where the poultry farmers, the aquaculture farmers can connect, share best practices, seek advice, and collaborate via virtual extension services. When I spoke with him this morning, he said, if we can do that, that's going to help a lot because they don't have that. So what's going to happen to the services? They can provide remote expert advice and technical support. And not just those who are in Ghana, they're going to show their friends and colleagues at McGill, University of Toronto, BC, anywhere, this is what we're dealing with. What do you advise us to do? South Africa, any other country that has aquaculture market. And then they're going to create market information systems to provide the farmers with real-time market prices, demand trends, consumer preferences using SMS. They can also, in the aquaculture sector, establish an online fingerling marketplace. So they'll be able to connect the farmers directly with reputable fingerling suppliers so they can ensure access to quality and disease-free stock. In the aquaculture sector, garbage in, garbage out. If your source is sick, if you cannot depend on the supplier, then of course you're not going to succeed. Now, they said, okay, let's say we get all that done. How do we get it out? Well, the youth is already thinking about how they can develop or enhance tools to optimize logistics for poultry and fish distribution. They have the knowledge to predict wood planning, to monitor cold chain, and track deliveries so that they can minimize post-harvest losses. Then, those who are not in agri-food, those who are in business school, those who know finance, they're going to provide fintech, leveraging digital lending platforms to connect the farmers to financial institutions. They can use different type of funding, from crowdfunding via diaspora remittances and SUSU. They're looking into SUSU funds. How do we tap into SUSU? I'll let you know the data we found. Now, all these interventions are what is going to help NKABOM create, among all our partners, the 55,000 jobs over the next 10 years. We have direct farming jobs, those who are using drones, operators, precision agriculture technicians. We have agri-tech support services, the app developers, the data analysts, equipment maintenance technicians, and the digital detection officers. Just like you saw this product, we need some to get into value-added processing, packaging, quality control, and branding, and then the e-commerce and logistics to optimize the distribution. So once we get all this done, we get the youth in the incubators, we foresee a potential increase of the ag sector in the GDP. So for the next 10 years, it's highly likely that all this effort could push the agri sector for an additional 7 to 8% growth in the GDP from just the fruits, vegetable, poultry, fish value chains. Now, to achieve these ambitious yet realistic outcomes, we need money. We need lots of money. And broader trends in African agri-tech investment suggest that such a framework will require at least $50 to $100 million over a 10-year period. And this investment would be used in technology deployment and infrastructure, in community incubators similar to Cosmos Innovation Center, which Mastercard Foundation has a good partnership with. We have to do a lot of capacity building and training, providing digital literacy programs for existing farmers, and then the access to finance and market, and also here, research and development. We're going to need research and development innovation hubs as well, so that we can pilot new technologies. So you'll probably be asking, where would it come, all this money? Well, if you are on your phone and you went to Google, and I was with Dean Baden last week in Ho, and we asked the Pro Vice Chancellor, how much money did the Ghanaian diaspora remitted last year? Well, the official, it's about 6.9. Now, the official and unofficial is 11.5 billion. Okay? The unofficial total value for the Susu ecosystem is $1 billion. And according to the Ghana Cooperative Susu Collectors Association, 85% of the Susu members are already using technology in their operations. So let's follow the Susu model. Let's follow the money. Let's get the youth, invest and help them deploy digital platforms. So if we have targeted interventions with local stakeholders, responsible philanthropic organizations like Mastercard Foundation, we can make history in Ghana with all our partners. So we can start changing the paradigm shift and transform Ghana via youth-led digital agri-food systems. So now we stand at a pivotal moment in Ghana's history. We see that this is a sector that has immense opportunity. This is a sector that can create billions of dollars, generate billions of dollars in revenue, and create hundreds of thousands of meaningful jobs. And for those of you who never heard of digital agriculture or fintech, those are not buzzwords. They are catalysts that can bridge the gap, which we all know in this agriculture space, between our youth and, as the Deputy Minister of Agri mentioned earlier, the ambition of Ghana's agricultural prosperity. They can transform the entire sector. So this revolution we're talking about is not a distant dream. We can do it. This is a path to prosperity. Food security, to empowering the youth, to empowering the people with disabilities, to empower the displaced people, especially women. So we thank all the collaborative partners. We thank the Mastercard Foundation and the other partners. Some are here and others are not. So we're not just advocating for change. We're actively implementing the digital programs. We're going to provide the technology and continue to forge in partnership, as we talked this morning with some of our partners in South Africa. So we can turn all those projections, everything you heard about profits, we can turn it into a reality. So I urge you to join us. Let's invest in digital ag to transform Ghana. Let's support the next generation of prosperous, digitally savvy agri-entrepreneurs who will create jobs and drive Ghana to economic heights. So we launched a collaborative here. It's a catalyst. It's a future that's within our grasp. So let's embrace this collaborative with a growth mindset. And with humility and kindness, we can foster experiential farming, entrepreneurship for Ghanaian youth. So, NKABOM, and thank you.
So let's applaud him as he takes his seat. Thank you very much, Mr. Pierre Brunash, the Secretariat Director of NKABOM Collaborative. I believe that his presentation is launching us into the next segment of this afternoon's program. So before we start the panel discussion, we want to invite the Ghana Dance Ensemble to give us a cultural interlude. That was the Ghana Dance Ensemble. Let's acknowledge them. We'd like to say that they do bring a lot of life and color to our ceremonies here at the University of Ghana. They are located at the Institute of African Studies. Just in case you need them for your ceremonies, please, you can contact them from the Institute or at the Institute of African Studies. We'd also like to acknowledge colleagues from the Center for Disability Studies and Advocacy who have been giving us the sign language interpretation. Here right now is Mr. Emmanuel Akwesi Abuaje, and throughout the morning we were with Madame Joyce Nyakwa Agbedoho. Please, let's acknowledge them. We are now at the point where we have our panel discussion, and this segment is supposed to help us to delve into key issues in agri-food systems, entrepreneurship, and innovation. I'd like to introduce our moderator for this session. Our moderator is not a new face to everything growth in various aspects of life. She is the Executive Director of Springboard Roadshow Foundation, an NGO that is based in Ghana, here in Ghana. I must say that she's a member of many organizations and networks here in Ghana, and also serves on various boards and committees. She's a co-author of 26 personal development books. Now, our moderator is passionate about mentoring women leaders and entrepreneurs, and she therefore hosts the Ladies Empowerment and Advocacy Development Lead exclusive mentoring sessions with young women in various cities on the wings of the Springboard Roadshow conferences. She hosts the weekly Springboard Hangouts, a practical social media mentoring program for young people. And I'm talking about no other person than Mrs. Comfort Okran. Please, let's applaud her as she comes to take her seat as moderator for this afternoon's panel discussion. I believe that she will introduce to us the members of the panel. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. Today is a very, very important and also a time where we sit down together and say, how do we move this needle forward? I'm very grateful to you, Mr. Pierre, for your insightful word. And the morning session has really showed us what is possible. But is it truly possible? And that's what this panel discussion seeks to interrogate. And when we finish this interrogation, we realize that not only is it impossible, well, why haven't we started? And therefore, the time to start is now. And therefore, without much ado, kindly permit me to kindly bring the wonderful people who will be helping me for this session. As we know, our theme for today is empowering the youth to a sustainable future, a sustainable agri-food revolution in Ghana and beyond. And we're looking at soil to success. How do we cultivate profitable futures for Ghanaian youth through a digital agri-tech? So today we are privileged to have Ms. Rabna Kweba Dazi. She is the Health and Nutrition Technical Manager at World Vision Ghana. So, Ms. Rabna, can you join us here? Thank you very much. She has deep expertise in health, public health, nutrition, and in various interventions and community interventions. I was privileged, you're most welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I was most privileged to sit on the same table with Mr. Anthony Morrison. He is the CEO of Chamber of Agribusiness Ghana, and he is a recognized voice in the agribusiness space across our country. And Mr. Morrison, thank you for being here. When we talk about business without bringing in the people who take care of Ghanaian businesses, it's a misnomer. And therefore, I'm privileged to bring to the table Seth Chum Akwabua. He is the CEO of Association of Ghanaian Industries, and they'll bring the industrial arm to it, because when we think of just adding value, and we don't think about how to increase that on a sustainable level, it's a misnomer. So thank you very much. And then finally, the person who starts us all off is this young, innovative person who has dared and is trying. And so it's my utmost privilege to bring up to the stage right now Georgina Buama. Georgina Buama is an MPhil student at WAKIP, but most importantly, she's somebody who is using agroponics to grow stuff. And therefore, when we talk about agriculture, talking about new ways of doing it, she's the best person to kick us off on this interesting panel discussion. So welcome to everyone on today's panel, and I believe that we will sit together and deliberate and make this a very, very interactive thing. Particularly, what we'll do is that when I ask the question, we have approximately 2 minutes to give us your response. Having gone through our round of questions, then we would ask for some insights from the floor as well. So I believe that we are all ready, all set, and very, very, very importantly, all good to go together. So today, I want to start first from, as I said, from you, Abigail. Georgina. We've looked at what NKABOM is. We've looked at what we seek to do. But I want to find out from your perspective as a young person, as a young lady especially, and somebody who is also trying her bits in the agri space. Do the policies or does the NKABOM program address the multi-headed problem of unemployment, food insecurity, and malnutrition from your perspective?
Thank you very much, Ms. Okran, and it's an honor to sit on this esteemed panel and to also address this very august house this afternoon. And thank you also for your question. So I would say that so the numbers that we've heard this morning are staggering, right? Over 13 million people in Ghana are suffering moderate to severe forms of food insecurity. 65% of youth are yes. So 65% of youth on the continent are in unemployment, and like I'm saying, the numbers are staggering. But on the flip side, should systems be in place, should everything be working, the numbers in terms of potential are also something that we can be excited about. And so I would say that NKABOM is doing well, and the initiatives that have been laid out as part of the NKABOM collaborative are in place. And for me, I'm a product of youth in entrepreneurship, and the idea that setting up youth to go into entrepreneurship, to tackle agri-food problems, can create jobs is actually true. Because all the way from my university days, I worked in organizations that did community development projects, and some of these projects came out of school and are businesses that are existing today. And over the past 1 year or so, my salary has come from a business that was founded by my colleague and I, and I'm also exploring this one to create more income. So it is true, youth in employment or youth in entrepreneurship can create employment, and NKABOM is in the right direction. Thank you.
I love that. So having signed off, because I learned that from the Mastercard Foundation, if you don't ask the young people what is going on, is it right, then you are not starting at all. So having signed us off, so I want to find out from you, Seth. You are in the Association of Ghanaian Industries. You've seen government policy over the years. What I want to find, and when we heard from Mr. Honorable Dumelo, the policies, the ideas that they have about agric sound very great. I want to find out from you, in the next 5 to 10 years, if you look at this, what do you think that policy reforms that the government should undertake to help us transform and make our food system really resilient, from your perspective, please?
Well, thank you very much. And indeed, speaking from industry, government has a role to play, a major role to play. And we've seen government over the years coming up with interesting policies. Sometimes the challenge is the implementation. It's always been the biggest challenge. For industry, we want to see, first of all, we making input into the government policies so that the policies, we are confident that it can work. But beyond making inputs, when the policy is done and is passed and is marketed, then we want to be actively involved in the implementation, because the role of industry and businesses in ensuring that those policies work is very important. There have been situations where government policies does not seem to support industry the way we expect. When it comes to taxes, when it comes to business development, finance, and so on and so forth. So we've looked at some of the policies that government has come up with, and it dovetails into some of the things we are trying to do and we've been preaching on over the years. If you take the 24-hour economy, for example, there's a lot in there. And indeed, if we look at the previous government policies as well, you don't even see too much difference in terms of the vision and the plans. The difference then will come in the implementation. And what we always say is that the linkage between agric and industry is very important. Industry must be the off-taker of agricultural products. If industry works very well and they are expanding and they have consistent, regular, and reliable supply of input from agricultural sector, they become more competitive. They can export their products, and then they can also reduce imports that is coming into the country. In the process, you are helping to reduce unemployment because you are getting people jobs. So the linkage between industry and agric, the policies must clearly spell it out. What we've also experienced over the years is that when it comes to policies, you tackling one aspect of the problem without looking at the other aspect also doesn't solve the problem. In business, a lot of things must work simultaneously. So whilst you are tackling the aspect of maybe access to raw materials, if you ignore the market, you get in overflow of raw materials, you process and you don't have market. So all the key elements must work together, and that requires key institutions to play their role. The NKABOM project is a brilliant one if you look at it from product development point of view and entrepreneurship development point of view. If you look at the fact that the various institutions, the investors that are involved are trying to help with the development of specific products. They are training the students in the area of entrepreneurship so that when they come into the job market or set up their own businesses, there's a higher chance of becoming successful. And I think a program of this nature is very important. I believe that it dovetails very well to government program in supporting businesses and in supporting job creation.
I like the fact that you're talking about rebuilding a systemic approach to ensuring that whatever policies are enacted, it's not one-sided, but it's one that takes all the various actors along the way. So, Mr. Morrison, you are the CEO of Agribusiness Chamber of Ghana. And whilst we were on table, we're looking at, we're talking, I from my layperson's point of view, was talking about how agri should be more, it should be integrating the youth more. Now that we are on the stage, let me find out from you, how are you positioning yourself so that the agri-food sector is able to bring more young people into the system? What role do you play? How can you play that better?
Right, thank you very much. I think you virtually talking about the food systems, and which Professor Nalate has pointed out, has a more complex situation. But let me contextualize this to what we do from the Chamber's perspective and other roles that I play. I'm more of a skills person. I'm also the chairman of the Ghana Agriculture Sector Skills Council of TVET Commission. And we look at the role of skills, especially in entrepreneurship. We've done quite a lot of work when it comes to skills, not only in Ghana, but West Africa, other West Africa countries, harmonizing skills between Ghana, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, and doing a more competitive analysis how our skills are able to help the entrepreneur of today in Ghana. Compare that to maybe the likes of the Asian tigers. Okay, so let's start from home. Research first. I have had the opportunity to serve on the University of Ghana School of Agriculture Management Board, so I appreciate the role of research in deepening and aligning the role of skills, research to productivity. And I think that a lot of our youth who are into entrepreneurship do not have the patience to build their data on proper research. So you do think of a very innovative idea, but the idea is not backed by the kind of data that research will give you, which makes it very competitive and makes it also have a more comparative advantage. So you look at the World Bank data, it tells you that most of our entrepreneurs or businesses, SMEs, do not live beyond 3 years. Why? That's a question we all know, but we need to go further and unlock it. The other issue is the kind of skills that we have. Are we looking at just a flooding entrepreneurship of SMEs, or we are looking at a kind of entrepreneurship that is able to transform into the mega industries we all have seen in Europe, in America, in other parts of the world? How many of Ghanaian SMEs over the past 10 years, 20 years, or Ghanaian-owned businesses, whether SMEs or indigenous companies, have really been able to withstand the global areas, the national issues, and are still performing at 30 years running? So, in country, policy is key. How we address the issues with youth development, policy penetration, and how we are also supporting in terms of coaching. I have been part of the workplace experience learning program, and I remembered at the time we were talking about how industries can mentor SMEs to appreciate the nuances of the very challenges they face in the mega factories. But a question arises: how to protect business intelligence? And as a country, we haven't also developed to such a length that we appreciate the role of apprenticeship in a manner that helped equip today's entrepreneur to appreciate how to maneuver the areas of the complexities in the entrepreneurship circle and see how the mega factories and industries are also driving their innovation within which their entrepreneurship is supposed to thrive. So you take, for instance, an agri-tech company that has got these very innovative ideas and now wants to expand, but he needed the coaching and the mentoring. He can't do that without a workplace training. He can't do that without going through a proper apprenticeship system. But in a whole, what I'm not happy with over the past years is how the youth entrepreneurship front has been dissipated by various governments in one way or the other. The National Youth Authority, the Ghana Entrepreneurship Agency, the National Service Secretariat, the National Employment Agency. I mean, you have over 7 agencies running all sorts of assorted government programs focusing on youth. Resources are depleting. We need to find a way of consolidating the role and development and growth of today's entrepreneur.
I like that. I like that. And I think particularly I like the issue about playing a very key role in understanding the research behind what you're doing. And I like I met one young lady just now from Ajimoto School, and I like the fact that she is interested in going to Agri. So it tells you that when you are starting, think about what research can I do as my young age to ensure that the catfish farm that I'm going to start, it works and it's sustained. Until Iravna, you've been watching us, and Iravna, you come from the food and nutrition background. When we're listening to Prof, she laid a very solid foundation for us in terms of the issues that we face from our table. So from your end, if you look at the challenges that we face per nutrition as Prof showed us, how do we make this more, not play, the young people play a role in ensuring that whatever they come up with, it's playing a significant role in nutrition and our health?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And first of all, I want to applaud Prof. Aite and the team for this very innovative project, the NKABOM. And it's really timely, and it's far long overdue for us to, yes. And before I start, I'd like to share a very small story. So I was very passionate about nutrition right from childhood, because those times during rainy season, you have the backyard garden, you have your groundnuts and those things, and our parents will have livestock. So when the goat is there, they will name it after you. This one is for you. So you nurture the goat. Rainy season, you go and put it out there, and then when you close from school, you bring it to the pen, you clean, and you do all that. So right after university, fresh graduate, I was in Kintampo and I wanted to go into farming. But to my shock and to my dilemma, it is not what we are seeing at this level and we talk about. So I got a 2-acre and I started the maize. Fortunately, I had a very bountiful harvest, 11 bags of maize. And I was excited, so let's go to the market and sell. The price I got from 11 bags of maize was not even up to how much fertilizer I invested into it. So then quickly I had advice from other people, oh, you need to keep it till the lean season. And then we got somebody's backyard balcony to keep it for the lean season. Now, during the time that you keep for the lean season, you need to be drying them occasionally. You need to. And going into the fields alone, you see that it's a very male-dominated environment. And the environment alone will not encourage the youth to go there, because at that time I was a fresh graduate, and comparing myself to my other colleagues who are even in the offices, I will not want to go there. But I went there, and this is the shock that I had. I had to wait for the lean season. And occasionally you have to bring all of them out, dry them, rebag, and go and keep for the lean season. Along the line, I got frustrated and I had to pull them out to the market. Now, all the investment I invested, I had 1/4 of that investment. So if you were me, is that something you want to do again? Yes, I can see my fellow youth here shaking their head, of course no, but I did it again. I now tried the yam, because, okay, yam is ready. So the yam too was ready. I had a very bumper harvest and everything out of 2 acres. They said for Kintampo, if you sell it, you not get anything. So you have to bring it to Accra. Okay, we negotiated, we got a truck. On the way to Accra, the truck got spoiled and stayed on the road for 3 days. Now, when it got to the market, I call it now market politics. I never knew that politics exists. The queen for the yam would now have to come and evaluate to see whether you are part of them or whether you are allowed to sell or not. And it also stayed another 2 days. Before we're allowed to sell, some of them had already started going bad. So I invested 8,000 and I had 2,000. If you were me, will you try again? Yes, so I still hear my colleague panel say I'll try again. So I still went ahead to try. People who know me know I'm very optimistic and very determined. So I went ahead to try again. Now I think I'm more financially stable. I went to get 5 acres. Now I want to do cashew. Just when I got to the field to start the process, they came to tell me that the chief's brother says that the land is not for the chief and blah, blah, blah. And I had paid 15,000 for the land, 5 acres. Till date, this was 2020. Till date, my 15,000 is quashed. So if you were me, would you want to do data collection with University of Ghana or want to do farming? So usually the practicality of this, I say, is timely. And listening to health, nutrition, and from what professors presented and everything is so real on our face that we have, if you look at our anemia indicators, now if you take 2 out of every pregnant woman, 1 woman is anemic. And the same applies to children under 5. This is just from the Demographic Health Surveillance 2022. So this is not late data, this is recent data. And that is what is happening. So I think that there is a lot that has to go on in the value chain, the food value chain. Recently, we had our Ministry of Ministry of Agri selling plantain at the ministry. Yes, there were lots of discussions that went on, but it's time for us to do something that will change the story. We have our planting for jobs, food. Yes, planting for food policy. How many youth were around that table during the institutionalization or the planning of this policy and everything? I don't remember any youth here who was invited. I don't know. I stand to be corrected. But we need to start co-creating whatever we want to do with the youth. We need to start training them on nutrition. Now, for some schools, they have the Friday fruit day. Some have the Thursday fruit day, which now is sinking well. And for some parents, if you give the children fizzy drink, they'll say, no, it's fruit day today. So I think that we need to start. But NKABOM is really timely. And I appreciate the value chain system because it will go to improve our nutrition. I also was amazed when I saw the Tom Brown with the turkey berries and with the, with the turkey berries, which would help us have a diversified, and also have this micronutrient rich in the Tom Brown that will reduce anemia. So let me pause here, but this is really very interesting and we can talk more and more and more. Thank you.
I love that. I love that. Your story, amazing. Let's clap for her. That was a great one. And you brought it right to the issue why we are here, why we are encouraging young people. So based on her story, this is to you, Georgina, based on her story, how do we make agri, apart from NKABOM has made it sexy already, so I think they don't really have a lot of issues. But how do we encourage those who may not yet be in the NKABOM space, but who are out there, to say that, well, despite these challenges, I'm still interested in going to do agri?
Thank you very much. I just want to, for like a minute, just piggyback on what she just said about co-creating. Mm-hmm. And this is for NKABOM. I don't know how many youths were involved in designing the NKABOM program itself, but now that we are here, we're talking about co-creating, if not just as staff implementing, but in actually designing how we are implementing here, how we are growing here. If youth were not involved in that, I would encourage that we have youth included. And then coming back to your question, I can almost relate to the things that she has been saying. And it's really discouraging. And so you understand why farmers will always wait to get inputs from outside rather than use their own money, even though that's their means of income, because you spend the money and then all the things along the delivery channel or the delivery lane makes you lose it, right? So looking at youth and looking at agric in general and people not in NKABOM, one of the things I'm thinking we can look at is there's the idea of cooperatives at the rural level, and I think there are a few, Mr. Morrison mentioned that there are a lot of programs being run by the 7 different agencies from the government. There are a few programs here and there that bring youth together to access opportunities. One of the things I'm thinking about is an official or formal structure where we have youth cooperatives and people can come together. There's a formal way of putting your resources together or accessing resources, leveraging on the cooperative that exists. We've mentioned that banks, it's difficult to get what you call loans from banks and whatnot. I don't know, pardon me, but I'm going to mention, I went to Fidelity Bank and was asking about the possibilities of getting a loan. I was not even asking for soft loans or any concession rates, regular loan to support me as I was beginning my hydroponics and then the farming. And I was told outright that because you are doing farming, because you are doing production, we can't help you because there's a high risk. I mean, I can give you like what I've had so far, what the returns are, if for anything at all. Ask me for something before outrightly saying, no, but there was nothing like that, right? So if we can have like a formal structure, if we can come together as youth, if those on the top are very skilled people who have already experienced life and experienced the structures and the systems in the economy at the moment, can put together a way that we can form youth cooperatives that are focused on agri-food systems or in agriculture, agri-tech, whatnot, and help us to leverage these cooperatives to access opportunities, I think that would be very helpful. And one of the things also is the existence of hubs. And I think that's one of the things that's really grown in Ghana for as long as I've been playing in entrepreneurship and in impact projects. There are a lot of hubs, a lot of funding programs that exist at the moment. But beyond just providing money so you can record the startups' impact numbers as yours, just access to success, right? After the 1 year, Mr. Morrison mentioned, I'm referencing you a lot. He mentioned how we don't have skills to do, and I completely agree with him. There's a drive for let's involve youth, let's put youth there. But really, the skills required, on one hand, is something that we really need to focus on building, and then on the other hand, the policies that make it easy to apply those skills and then actually succeed. So if, say, we are saying we are going into a technology era for Accra, urban farming or for agriculture in Accra, we know that the policy is looking at enabling tech within Accra. So it's not that market research, we all do market research, but then you still go into you still start the startup and then 1 year, 2 years, realizing that it's not as profitable as people say, oh, we will buy, then they don't buy. But if there's a policy that helps you to reduce the money you're expending in whatever product or produce you're making available. If, say, we import, because you are youth, when you import any part, whether it's solar panels, anything renewable energy, the process to getting the relief shouldn't be so cumbersome and so rigid that we can't take advantage of them. So there are lots of things I can say, right? But these are the few that I can think about.
I like the issue about the hubs. I like the issue about the cooperatives. And I want to say, for anyone here, the Mastercard Foundation has gone into the financing, the agri-financing space, and they have initiatives with different banks. So maybe that same Fidelity Bank, if you go back there and say you want the Mastercard Foundation backed facility, you get a facility between 7% and 8%, and that I'm sure will do a lot for you, for persons between 15 and 35, and of course a young person, and then also a person with disability or a displaced person. These are people who are the target of that particular policy. from Mastercard Foundation. So let's clap for Mastercard Foundation because they're actually the ones who helped us come out together today. Right. I'll be coming back to the floor shortly for your. So if you have any questions you'd like to ask our panel, kindly lift your hand and then the mic would come to your end. Technical team, I'm sure you are ready for the questions that they may come from the floor. But I want to find out from you, Mr. Morrison. This is more with women, right? African ladies, and how do the civil society and the private sector support women in the food systems?
Well, for us, I think it has always been the policy of doing inclusivity at the chamber. But now, how do we make it deliberate? I remembered 5 years ago, we helped with support from some of the development organizations. We developed a gender-specific policy towards promoting women in agribusiness and agro-industry. However, as a country, we haven't been deliberate in enforcing, because we have the affirmative action, and we have not been able to promote it as much as possible. I think these are some of the areas we need to look. The major policy shifts of deliberately supporting women in industries, women in business, must be clear. Are we looking at 50-50 parity? Are we going for 40-60? Whichever way, we need to look at it. Even with the Mastercard, I think that, the Mastercard Foundation, I think they have a policy on the financing area where if you have more women or women-led, you have a discounted rate on your finance. This is very encouraging and innovative, but we need to look deeper. Sometimes the fact that we just mention it doesn't address the issue. We need to incorporate it into the terms of reference. We need to incorporate it into the major policies so that the youth, women-led businesses will also find the industry very attractive. As we speak, a number of the youth really don't see the industry as very attractive. They think it's male-dominated, especially in the agri-tech, where I think that we need to find a way to do something on women in agri-tech, because I remembered 6 years ago, we did Women in Driving Seat, where we supported a lot of women to learn how to operate tractors, and they were doing better at some of the workplaces than the men who were well experienced than them. So another example is what I learned from Kenya recently. In the greenhouse production, they pitched the men against the women, and the productivity in the greenhouse on women far outclassed that of the men. Also because women pay attention to nitty-gritties in terms of things that must be key in the production system. Whereas we, the men, think it's normal. We can address it. Oh, this is not the time. But women are more key on addressing the pre-event and the post-event timely than we, the men. So I think we need to look at the general issue of how we address the support systems and all the blocks that are in place to make sure that we are able. I was brought up by my mom, so I speak passionate about supporting women entrepreneurship and how women can be seen in driving our national policy and also project developments.
Wonderful, wonderful. Do we have any hands up in the room? And whilst we're talking about that, the Mastercard Foundation's policy looks at 70% women, and persons with disability, you have 5%. So it's something that, and based on that, you can see a change in the various places that they have the opportunity to serve in. So I think this issue that you brought up about deliberately focusing or targeting policy initiatives at women would help level the ground, or maybe even make it even better for women in total. Yes. Can I have my question from the ground? The conversation, you wanted to make it the hand was yawning. It wasn't. Right. Young people, this is where we make our voice heard because we want to be part of the conversation. When you are brought to the table, ensure that you work. Yes, I see that it's going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Auntie, this goes to you. In your presentation, you mentioned some banks that Mastercard has partnered with to kind of give funds to people who want to go into agriculture. So I would like to know if you could elaborate more on some of these banks, aside the Fidelity Bank that you mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, right. Luckily, Seth.
My name is Moses Gianni.
Moses, thank you. And Seth has some information to give us as well.
Well, I'll answer your question, but I'll also bring some other elements to it, because we are talking of access to finance by the youth, by women, and in agribusiness. And indeed, Mastercard has done very well. Mastercard's foundation has done very well. I'm aware of the program they have at Absa Bank, for example, because we are part of it. They are giving loans at concessionary rates. So you can explore these opportunities. But I must emphasize that when it comes to access to loans, when you go to a typical bank or any financial institution or access to finance, they are not going to give it because you are beautiful. They are not saying, come for it because you are operating as a youth or you are a woman. They look at it from purely business point of view. The business must be commercially viable. It must be able to sustain itself. They want to be sure that the facility you take, if it's a loan in particular, unless it's a grant, but even if it's grant, they want to be sure that you multiply it and keep the business sustaining. Otherwise, they will not give you the facility. So we should have this at the back of our minds, and don't think that because I'm youth, when I go to the bank, I should be given a facility. It also means that you have to do your analysis very well. Commercially viable projects are important. Sometimes it requires pulling resources together. And if you are a startup, the instance she cited, that she went to Fidelity and they said, oh, well, we cannot give you a facility because we are probably a startup. Normally, okay. But, I mean, generally speaking, typically startups, the banks will shy away from you. I'm not in any way speaking for the banks, but I think from experience, they are unsure whether you will survive or not. So try and use angel funds, come together, pull resources together, start small, think big, but start small. Once you have a bit of track record, it becomes easier to access some of these facilities. But we should not lose sight of the fact that there are programs that we can also explore. If you take GEA, for example, Ghana Enterprise Agency, they give some small facilities. So if you are a youth, you don't start with going to a bank for a loan. Go to some of these agencies that are providing support for businesses. So we've mentioned Absa Bank, we've mentioned Fidelity. Go to places like the Ghana Enterprise Agency, their district offices, their head office, and Mastercard Foundation also has programs with them. Some of them involves providing some small facility to start with. What is important is when you start, keep your records, have good governance systems, and then that will propel you to higher heights and you can get bigger facility from other agencies. Thank you.
I love that. Mastercard Foundation also has a Happy Project, which is for people in agri as well. So that's also another possibility that you can look at. And in addition, you can also, what we do with Mastercard Foundation is a mindset change program, which we call the Ghana Grows program. And with that, you also have opportunities there. So there are many programs that the Mastercard Foundation is doing. And NKABOM, as you know, is one that they will not only give you the skills, they will also help you have access to markets. And then most importantly, they'll be in the position to also support you if your business is viable enough to have the funding. So whatever opportunities you get with the NKABOM project, make sure you put everything that you have in it to make you someone who they can invest in, because they see that project has potential. KIC is also another one that you can work with. Yeah.
Let me just add to the issue of the access to finance. And I think a lot of startups are in a hurry to go to the banks. For startups, the banks are not your friends. Please look for impact investments. Look for OPM, other people's money. Look for other innovative approaches to funding. And as a startup, do not go to anyone to fund entirely your startup. Divide your startup into three. What is key as the impact? What you want for production and what you want for market. Which of these three is more important for you? For the bank, they want to look at your market first. Who are your off-takers? Who are providing the guarantees? So if you're a startup, you do not have the production system in place, the banks are not your friends because they want to know how strong you are on the market. 2, if you are doing innovative financial inclusion for your business, make sure you cut your coat according to your size. Do not go to an impact investor when you actually need $10,000 and you are quoting $100,000. It's a complete put-off. Sometimes I think it's good to think big as a startup, but it's also good to cut your coat according to your size. This makes you to take the right decision in a manner that help the investor or the financier to address your challenge. And I think this is what I was talking.
Lovely, lovely. Final question from, final question from the floor. The hands are now plenty.
Okay, thank you. Ajman Ibrahim. So I also wanted to share some information with my colleagues here. Most people, when they do startup, they fail to keep record. Record keeping is very key as part of financing, because you approach anyone, he wants to see how you are doing. They try to keep everything in their mind. At least have a database, a small, even if you don't have a laptop or something, a journal to keep record of how much you are investing into the business and how much you are generating from the business. It will help you to plan, and it will help you to even convince anyone who is ready to support your business. But if you try to keep everything in your mind, it's difficult for you to project or convince someone. Also, I want to entreat our leaders, the government and the regulators. It's very difficult for the youth at the tax level to be able to start business, because it becomes frustration that a young person starting business, although there are incentives and holidays for the young entrepreneurs. Apart from that, issues of filing of taxes, paying of SNIT, withholding and other things. The person is already struggling how to start up and make something. Then you're also chasing the person. Come and file your tax, come and pay your tax. If not, you can't even access anything. If they can help the youth, one of maybe something like a tax stamp, pay for 3 months, just a fee of 10 cedi. You get a tax stamp for about 3 months or 6 months. Do your work. The next 6 months, you come and renew. The person will free his mind and concentrate on what he is doing. And I'm sure it will help us in improving productivity that the government wants to get. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure from that, NKABOM will take care of you, because we'll show you why it's important not just to keep the records, but also to make sure you comply with government regulations. So all that is part of what NKABOM would help us find in our space. Yes, ma'am. Sir, there's a lady. There's a gentleman at the back. Yeah. Yes, I was going to say, ladies, please don't do that to me. I beg. Otherwise, I'll cry. I cry very easily, especially when I don't hear your voices. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I was going to talk about how to make the farming interesting and attractive to the youth. One way I was thinking about was paid internships, because we have our breaks after our long semesters, and then, well, I'm a student at the School of Agriculture, and then you tell me to go and do an internship to boost my CV, and then I'm going to do 1 to 2 months of intensive labor, and then I'm just going to get a write-up on my CV. But I think some financial incentive to young people to want to go to mostly the rural areas to learn. And yes, and another thing I was thinking about was clubs in schools so that the younger generations, not just us here, but some people in like the junior high, the senior high, to allow them to fully express their interests. And yeah, thank you. Oh, my name is Wahieme Kanote. Wahieme.
Thank you, Wahime. And I'm sure the foundation, NKABOM, has really paid attention to your comment. The last one for today. No lady. Oh, there's a hand here. So based on that, you are the last person for today.
Okay, so I want to know if it's possible for greenhouse facilities to be established in secondary institutions within the cities as a way of attracting the youth into the agricultural sector, if they're able to get hands-on experience first in the greenhouse before they delve into agric into their university levels.
Yes. Who would be able to answer that? I know that there are different initiatives that are doing greenhouse farming. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a very important question. It's not only about the greenhouse farming. If you go across Ghana, most of the secondary schools and colleges have a lot of land that they use. 2 years ago, we started a project with FAO, how to dovetail apiculture into most of the... You see, the point, let's be very clear. Students in SS do not see agriculture as an engagement they want to go in. But of course, the area of greenhouse appears to be an attraction. Now, we did some piloting across the country. We did some mapping. Honey came on top because of obvious love for honey at that age. So most of them also have cashew farms, and they have some other farms, 3 farms that they can incorporate apiculture. And we think that the greenhouse also addresses the issue of putting in place very good and a very hygienic and healthy vegetables. So I think we'll talk and see how we can incorporate that. Now, but the issue of the paid internship. Last year, the Chamber did a program with the World Food Program supported by the Mastercard Foundation, where we partnered also with National Service, with all the training college, the agriculture colleges across the country. We trained quite a number, about 1,005 youth. We did direct placement, but this is the issue. After the training, some got driving license on how to operate and drive tractors across, even on the road, but they were not interested in moving. This year, the Chamber on its own put in our own money, and we have developed what is called the Agribusiness Volunteers Program. This is harnessing resources of experts in the industry to support SMEs and also bringing on board those who are genuinely looking for jobs and to put them in workplace experience learning. Now, they determine to you as a paid internship how much they should be paid. So it's about putting the egg before the bird or the fowl or the fowl. So it's either you are looking, you see, in this part of our world, industry training and workplace experience learning comes at a cost to the mentor or the one coaching you. But the youth of today doesn't look at the cost that it is impacting on the person providing the experience. So you also need to take into consideration, what are you giving out? Because what you are actually taking in is more expensive than what you are giving out. So when you come to our industries and we provide lunch and we provide you with allowance to cover your TNT, I think you should appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the reality of the... Oh, okay, you have something.
A quick information. I think it's very important to mention that the NKABOM project internship is a key part of it. It's the main reason why AGR, for example, is involved. The rest of our partners are universities that are doing the entrepreneurship training, and the idea is that the association will work with them and place the students with our companies across the country. So we have a structured arrangement to do that. So it's very important to mention it, that take interest in the various programs that the institutions are providing, and once you come on board, we will arrange to give you internship. Internship is key.
And when you get the internship, please appreciate the opportunity.
Exactly. Appreciate the opportunity. And then also sometimes our experience has been that when you assign these young people to relatively smaller companies, they think it's too small for them. They're all looking at the Nestle's, the Unilevers, the big ones. But the way you can pick really solid knowledge from the ground is the SMEs. And I think that wherever you are posted to, take advantage of it, learn there, make an impact. There's a potential job to be gotten in the future, and there's a lot to learn if you want to start up your own business. Thank you.
I love that. I love that. And to our final contributor for today.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Joyce Nkum. So whilst the lunch was ongoing, there was an agribusiness discussion with the president, and I looked through the report, and one of the things that they didn't really talk about is access to markets. And today we've spoken a lot about access to funds. I wanted to ask, does Mastercard or NKABOM, or are there any initiatives to help young people access the markets? Because Georgina stated that as a young person, you start, and in a year or two, you realize that it's not as profitable as it is. But then we hear a lot of people saying that the market is there. So does NKABOM have any policy, or does Mastercard Foundation have any projects or initiatives that can help young people access the market? Thank you very much.
If you remember, when they talked about the NKABOM project, they talked about the fact that access is in the DNA of NKABOM. So yes, the short answer is yes. But I believe that maybe when they come to wrap up, they will tell us more about access to market. And I have one more person. Can you, sir, kindly give us your question?
Yeah. Thank you very much. My name is Alexander Kojo Tete. I'm the president, Ghana Chamber for Entrepreneurs with Disabilities. Thank you, Prof. I almost missed the train. My question is about, in all the presentations, we talked about women and youth and persons with disabilities. But it's difficult for me to find out how exactly the strategy we intend to get persons with disabilities involved, because I am not too sure of whether we involve them during the planning stage. And I want to encourage that in the implementation stage, we need to get them involved because their needs are different. I associate with the experience that my lady shared. I am a farmer myself. I do cassava and I do piggery. And I did 7-acre farm at Aveime. In fact, when I harvested, the expenses in the harvesting alone, I couldn't even get it. So I actually stopped the cassava. I'm only doing the piggery. So those are the challenges, and I think the final solution to it would help the youth a lot. The next point I want to talk about is the age limit. Age limit 35, and it's across the board. I mean, we need to consider persons with disabilities and consider the age limit for them. Because, in fact, during our time, I attended Saito. During our time, when you are age 6, you go to class 1. But due to my disability, because my mother didn't believe I was disabled, because at age 6, that was when I was affected by polio. I paralyzed, and my mother had to carry me from prayer camps to another. And for 3 years, were finding cure for my disability. So I started class 1 actually at age 9. So you can imagine that our development gets later, because during your disability, your parents might have been trying to support you, get a cure for you. So before you get to school and get developed, you are already older. So if you say 35, a person with disability is also at the age level, you might be missing a lot of people. So Mastercard projects, and it's across the country. All over they say 35. And also they slap that also on persons with disabilities, which is not helping. So I'm saying it today. I know the officers are here. They need to take it up. The next thing I want to talk about is parents with disabilities. Parents, you see, when we do a lot of programs and we say persons with disabilities are considered, we should also consider parents of children with disabilities. Because there are people, there are category of disabled people who cannot do anything, especially those with cerebral palsy and Down syndrome and autism. They can't do anything. So you can't engage them to do it. It's their parents. And the disability of the children affects the parents so much. Some lose their marriages, some lose their jobs. And so if you don't have any provision for them in this regard, it really affects them. So when we say persons with disabilities, we should also consider parents of children with disabilities, and it will really help. I mean, a project like this will really help parents of children with disabilities who for the fact of their children being disabled, they are out of job. And they can do farming. They can do farming, which would give them the opportunity to take care of their children, also take care of developing livelihood for themselves. Thank you very much.
That's what I love about creation. You get different perspectives, and it enriches the conversation. And I really appreciate the points you brought on about looking at the caregivers for persons with disability. It makes, and I believe that NKABOM has taken that into consideration, because it helps. Hello. When the program is being designed, accommodation is made for persons with disabilities, and that removes the access, the lack of access otherwise, which the person with disability will not do. But I think, Prof, would you like to answer the question about the young lady gave, or you think that we are cool?
Thank you. Indeed, we look at the entire value chain, so market is part of it. But that's part of where we integrate it into our training program. We are developing short course training programs that would take care of some of those. What we actually did was that we brought together the young people and we asked them, what do you need? So that's one of the things that we have already identified. But also those things, it's not just classroom learning. It also has to be done hands-on. So the mentorship and the internships also are an opportunity for you to build those skills. And we are really looking forward to walking that journey with you on that.
Thank you. That's so lovely. Thank you so much. So at this moment, we've heard from both sides and as well as from NKABOM, and I want to say thank you again. I want to now come round to our final 5-10 years from now. What do you think NKABOM can do to help us, to help from your perspective? What can make NKABOM's the initiative, because they have a 10-year mandate, from the youth perspective, and then from AGI, and then from agribusiness, and then from the food and nutrition perspective? Yes, please.
What will NKABOM have reached?
The NKABOM initiative. Yeah. 10 years from now, what do you think they should be able to have been able to achieve in terms of young people development, from your perspective?
if I'm not wrong, I think I've heard some numbers in terms of creating jobs. I think it's around 55,000 and about 1,300 SMEs. I think it is possible to be done, and so in 10 years we should have had this as a reality. And then it comes back to empowering, as is the plan, us to be able to take up our startups, not just be like SMEs everywhere, but like Mr. Morrison said, referencing him again, become industry players, become unicorns. Because as it stands, there are very few big companies in Ghana, and for me, maybe reaching out to everyone here once again, I think you are hinting on how maybe youth now don't appreciate skills, and I think we actually do, but maybe I'll plead, let's break away from the bias a bit and then actually look at the youth. And there are people who actually are looking for skills, is now accessing the skill. You say you've made an announcement, all right, but now how do I take advantage of that? So there are people actually interested in building skills, and to be honest, it takes a very long time to actually understand what it is like to run a company, to break into markets. So there are different layers to the problems, and we are experiencing it, and so that's how come we are bringing them up. And so thank you for this audience. Thank you for the opportunity to hear us, and then long live NKABOM. Let me just say that. Thank you.
Well, for us in industry, we are happy to be part of the NKABOM project. In the next 10 years, we would like to see significant numbers of youth and women doing more industrial business. And I think that is the whole essence of this, because the future is for the youth. We see a lot of our business people growing older and older and leaving their businesses behind. Succession is becoming a challenge. And therefore, if you have a lot more youth who are into business, and if you are trained as an entrepreneur, you can also be a good manager. It could be a combination of the two, so that we can have the youth taking over businesses that the older folks are leaving. So it's very important. It could be a mass movement here. And I think if you look at the numbers that the NKABOM project is targeting, we are talking of large numbers. And if we succeed in doing that and train people properly, bring them as good entrepreneurs, we'll see a massive scale in entrepreneurship development. And I'll take the point to link this to the market issue that the lady spoke about. The big companies, interestingly, are even looking for input suppliers. If you take the likes of Guinness is producing beer. They use cassava to produce the beer. In the value chain, they want suppliers. Sometimes they have a problem with that. Sorghum is another one. Nestle today, a lot of the cereal we consume, about 90 to 100% of the raw material is sourced locally from the north and other places, and it's being produced by people who are youthful, and also being produced by women. So if we get more, and sometimes they have challenges with the supplies. They don't get enough quantities, and then the standards they want, they are not getting it. So there's a market opportunity. We need to supply, or we need to integrate our businesses to the value chains. Farm Milk recently said about 80% of the materials were imported. At the last industry summit, they have now moved a bit to about 30-35%, and they want to go further. The input supply will come from the youth, it will come from businesses that are created by the youth. So there's market opportunity. Talk to us and we'll see how best we can help you. But the NKABOM project is good to support the youth. Thank you.
Talk to us, we'll see how we'll make it happen. Yes, Sir Morrison.
Well, looking at the numbers that the NKABOM project is looking at, and I heard my very good friend, Prof, talk about CBT, competence-based approach. Prof, at the TVET sector, we have the National Qualification Framework. Now, I see a very unique opportunity for NKABOM, as also aligned to the TVET transformation strategy for Ghana. Is either we are training them to fit into industry, to provide the expert skills in productivity, or we are training them as business people who are ready to go into the sector. And I like the approach. It's a two-pronged approach. Let's look at the National Qualification Framework, how we design the curriculum or the training manuals so to fit these two purposes. But I see NKABOM setting the pace for Ghana as a pinnacle for industry and SME training. But what I want to appeal to the entire University of Ghana is to possibly use the NKABOM strategy to set up an institute that will train and develop and map out global skills in demand for the next 10 years, 30 years, and use that to influence national policy. It is only in doing that. As a country, we do not have a skills research and innovative institute that is mapping the global skills demand, that is mapping competitive skills in the West Africa sub-region. NKABOM, with their key partnership with McGill, will have that opportunity to develop globally competitive skills for the youth of Ghana to be able to use that as a springboard.
Yes,
To be able to influence global trade, business, and developing industries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes.
So thank you so much, and I'd just like to summarize this way to state that in the health and nutrition space, we have opportunity to build more human resource. We have opportunity to build more manpower. We have opportunity to also increase our productivity. And we also have opportunity to reduce the burden of diabetes, hypertension, and all the non-communicable diseases. So this is a very important area that we have to tap into. And seeing NKABOM in the next 10 years, I would say from what research is saying is that if women are integrated or have equal access, there's opportunity of increasing 30% of whatever we are able to do. And my co-panelists have already shared some areas that this has happened. And also generally across the globe and in Ghana, women contribute to 60 to 80% of food production. And so that is where I want to see the future, to see that we have improved household nutrition. We are also going to have sustainable food systems, sustainable supply chain system, and also sustainable value chain. But this is a little bit tax I want to add to NKABOM. Please, can we get tax exemption for small scale industries that are coming up? This is advocacy. I'm a civil society, so let me do my work. And also, can we also have packaging, training for packaging? Can we have cold storage? We have silos. Can we have more silos after 10 years, maybe 3 more? Okay, he disagrees, but let's see what innovative approaches we can have. So thank you so much, and please permission, I have a big mentor here that I just cited, Prof. Baden. Please, this is one of my mentors, and I've not seen him for 15 years. So please help me acknowledge him. God bless you.
Thank you. And this has been a very, very rich conversation. There's so much we've taken away from, and I believe that the Mastercard Foundation, I believe you heard the queries as well as the tasks that were addressed to you. In NKABOM, there was so much that was added to your plate. You're already overflowing plate. So I don't envy you, but I know you have the capacity and you have the ability to see how we can make this an even more inclusive program. And therefore, as we bring today's conversation to an end, let's remember our youth engagements that will require practical interventions. Let's ensure that co-creation across both the government and the private sector, as well as at the learning areas, are also essential. And then let's continue changing perspectives about agribusiness and everything in between. Therefore, this was me, Comforto Kran, here from the Springboard Roadshow Foundation, saying thank you to NKABOM. Long live NKABOM. Long live the brilliant minds behind this thing. And may we all bless our homeland, Ghana, and make it great and strong. Let's clap for everyone. Thank you.
A round of applause to our moderator and panelists as they get down. We'd like to acknowledge Ms. Irabna Kweiba-Dadze, Health and Nutrition Technical Manager, World Vision, Mr. Anthony Morrison, the CEO of Chamber of Agribusiness Ghana, Georgina Yaokwati Mabuama, who is an MPhil student at WAGBIB, and Mr. Seth Chum Akwabwa, CEO of the Association of Ghana Industries. And this session was beautifully moderated by Mrs. Comfort Okan, Executive Director of Springboard Roadshow Foundation. As they take their seats, please, let's thank them for a wonderful discussion. We've shared and received lots of golden nuggets from our panelists and our moderator, and we hope that all of these will charge us to do more, whether you're a member of faculty, whether you're a student, a collaborator, an industry player, we all have a role to play. We are gradually getting to the end of today's program, but if you remember, we're invited to visit the exhibition stands and would like to turn our attention to that area right now. I would like to invite upstage Dr. Fidelia Dake, who is the Access and Success Pillar Lead of the UG NKABOM Collaborative, to give us an overview of the evaluation and the assessment of exhibitors. Please, let's acknowledge her.
Thank you very much. So we have walked the talk that NKABOM is all about. We've had exhibitors at different stages of their businesses showing us what they can do if they are given the necessary support. And at this juncture, we want to acknowledge all of them, thank them for coming to exhibit their products, their ideas, and we also want to appreciate them for the time that they've spent here. So we asked you to go around and see what has been presented, and we also had a panel of judges going around to look at what has been presented today. And we had different scoring criteria. We wanted to see what the business ideas are, how they align with the vision of NKABOM. We are looking at the entire value chain, value addition, processing, packaging, market access, all of that. And we had the opportunity to have you also vote for our exhibitors. So after all of that engagement, I'm happy to say that we are able to showcase one of them who stands out. And we don't call it a first position, but we call it a certificate of achievement, because ultimately we want all of them to be able to innovate, to empower them, and also to achieve. So that is what we seek to stand for as NKABOM. I would like to call on a few people to help us do the presentations from what we were able to gather this morning. So our scoring criteria, we had the judges score 60%, and then your votes counted for 40%, and together it made up 100%. So going round, judging and your voting, we're able to get one of the 10 who stands out. And before I call out who that is, I want to call on Professor Irene Susan Edry, former Head of Department for the School of Agriculture, former Dean of the School of Agriculture. Please, Prof, if you can kindly come up and help me do that. I hope our exhibitors are in now. Thank you. So after the entire process, we were able to vote for and adjudge edible treats. If they are here, if you can please come up. Edible treats came up tops on all of what we had done. So edible treats adds indigenous fruits and vegetables to the chocolates that they produce. So they are able to add flavors like pineapple, turkey berry, and all of that to the chocolate, and it's packaged so nicely. I hope you're able to taste it. So from our scoring and the voting, they came up tops. Thank you so much. We appreciate what you do, promoting indigenous Ghanaian cocoa and our indigenous fruits and spices. Thank you so much. And we also want to appreciate all of the other exhibitors. As I said, it's not a competition. We are hoping to achieve and improve on what we already have. And so we appreciate all of you. I would like to once again call on Dr. Nalamle Emisa to help us with the presentation to all the exhibitors who were here today. So in no particular order, I'll please call up the following exhibitors to come up. Orif Divine Enterprise. Please, if there's a rep here, kindly come up. Dates to Eat. Normatech. So Ori Divine produces Tom Brown powder that is fortified with also spices. We also have Dates to Eat. They also use dates sourced from Ghana, and they add other flavors, so it helps with those who are having conditions like diabetes. You don't have to add sugar, but you can use the dates. We have Normatech. They are also into aquaponics, producing a variety of herbs, fish, all of that using aquaponics technology. We have Conabin Farms. They also produce organic eggs. They have currently 4,000 beds, and they are looking to get to 100,000 and then 1,000 layers per month. Thank you so much for coming. Edible Treats, once again, we want to acknowledge you for participating. Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for them. It's not easy to have them come up here. Thank you very much. So I would like to call on Dr. Irakwa for the next set of presentations. Thank you very much, Dr. Nalamli Emisa. So Dr. Irakwa is the pillar lead for our education pillar. Thank you. So the next exhibitor is Bio Innovations Limited. They also have very innovative products using Baobab. They have instant drinks, they have fortified instant drinks that we're able to taste. And we appreciate you for coming. Although it's a prototype, we know that you go very far with that. Thank you so much. We have Fankel as the next exhibitor. And they also produce a number of products. They have yogurts, they have nuts that are healthy, you can add to your food. And they had products, and they sell not just as a prototype, they are in the market, so kindly patronize the products that they have. We also have from Home Foods Processing and Packaging Company Limited. They also produce cereals that are fortified with our local vegetables, and is very good for weaning and complementary feeding. They had a lot of products on display today. Kindly contact them. I tasted the strawberry chunks, and it was quite nice. There are a lot of things that we can patronize, and this is what we want to exhibit. Last but certainly not the least, we have Eastern Fresh Oil, and what they do is that they have things that are able to prolong the shelf life of fruits and vegetables. So on their exhibition, they were able to use their products to extend the shelf life of mango for 12 additional days. And this is part of what we want to be able to do as NKABOM. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Irakwa, and thank you all for our exhibitors. God bless you.
I thought we would clap and appreciate the good job that the young people are doing. This is very impressive, and we are hoping that they will be supported even to push this further and to greater heights. I've asked Dr. Dake to stay behind because she's going to be doing the vote of thanks, so I'd like to invite her back here.
Okay, so we are nearly at the end, and as we will do in Ghana, we'll give you the vote of thanks. And I'll start off first. This morning, when we were coming for the program, we were worried about the rain. And one thing that Prof said was that God will come through. And definitely God has come through for us. So our first thanks goes to God Almighty. We've seen a beautiful day. We've been planning this for months, but now we get to see it and see it so beautifully. We know that it took the grace of God, the thinking, the wisdom, the planning, all of that we couldn't have done on our own. We want to thank God for thus far He has brought us. A special thanks goes to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Nanaba Pianfo, taking time off her busy schedule to join us, and we are very grateful. We are grateful to our keynote speaker, Professor Analate. You gave us a lot to think about. Our guest speaker also gave us a lot to chew on, and I know that we are not leaving here just as we had come early in the morning. There's a lot for us. We can all see where we plug in. Thank you to our representatives from the Mastercard Foundation. Joining us on this journey and being here at the launch is very inspiring to us. The government delegation that joined us, we want to thank you all. We had Honorable John Dumelo join us, the Deputy Minister of Food, Agriculture and Industry, and he shared insights of what he is doing as an agribusiness entrepreneur. We thank you so much for coming. The representatives of the Ministry of Trade and Industry and Agribusiness, and the representative of the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, thank you for joining us for our lunch. The CEO of the Environmental Protection Agency, Professor Ama Brown-Fletcher, thank you very much for coming. We've had a very insightful panel discussion, and I'd like to thank Mrs. Comfort Okran and our panelists for giving us a lot to think about today. A special thank you goes to all our collaborative partners, especially those who traveled from far to join us. We are grateful, and you duly inspired the spirit of NKABOM. This was not about UG, but it was about NKABOM Collaborative, and we thank you for coming. Our UN partners and development partners who are present, we thank you for your time. To all the deans, directors, heads of departments, thank you for coming. The director and staff of the Public Affairs Directorate of the University of Ghana, thank you for all the planning and supporting us to bring this to a fruitful end today. To all the staff, students, and alumni of the University of Ghana, we are most grateful for your support. We also like to thank our students from the high schools, Achimota School and the Presbyterian Boys Secondary School. Thank you for being part of us today, and I hope that you leave with a lot of thought-provoking ideas that we'll see coming to fruition very soon. A special thank you to all the staff of the UJ NKABOM Collaborative. You have put in a lot of hard work behind the scenes, and today I would like to acknowledge all that you have done for making this a success. A special thanks to the Ghana Dance Ensemble for entertaining us throughout the day. Our sign language interpreters, thank you for exemplifying the units of inclusion so that we are able to reach out to persons with different forms of disability. Again, we unify the spirit of NKABOM. All of us together are taking the message from here and onward. And to anybody that I did not specially mention, I want to give you a special thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being part of us. And for each and every one of us here, you have been part of history. NKABOM UG Collaborative was launched and you were here. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Thank you very much. Doc, I just wanted to add that we also have West Africa Senior High School as well. Yes, so you are duly recognized and acknowledged. Thank you very much. Before we take the closing prayer, I would like us to do one thing. I know that earlier on the QR code for the brochure was projected. I don't know how many of us were able to scan, but I'll ask that the technical team put it up again so that we can scan. We'd like you to move to page 22 of the brochure, and you'll find the socials for the UG NKABOM collaborative there. Connect with them, share photos, and let's see that you were here some. So the brochure is up on the screen, so those who were not able to scan, please do so now. And while you do that, I would like to invite Dr. Ebenezer Ifriye, Food System Specialist, UG NKABOM Collaborative, to give us the closing prayer. As he comes, please, let's acknowledge him.
Shall we pray? Dear Lord, we thank you. We thank you for a successful launch of UG NKABOM Collaborative. We are grateful for the passion and commitment of everyone who contributed to the success of this launch. Father, we pray and thank you for the hearts and minds that cares deeply about transforming the agri-food systems of our country. We pray and commit the journey ahead into your hands. It's our prayer that you grant us wisdom. Father, give us guidance, direct us to the paths and opportunities that will ensure and promote smooth implementation of NKABOM Collaborative. Lord, we pray that help us so that the objectives of NKABOM shall be successfully achieved. We pray and thank you. We commit each and every one here into your hands, that be with us, protect us, guide us, lead us safely to our various destinations. We thank you for a successful program once again. In the name of Jesus Christ have we prayed. Amen.
So thank you very much. And as you scan the brochure, also note that at the back page of the brochure, when you scan, it will take you to the NKABOM website. So please also would like to remind you to do that as well. I understand that there are evaluation, a QR code on your tables for an evaluation form to be filled. Please let me know if you don't have one on your table so we can let somebody bring you one. We'd like to have an evaluation of today's program from you, so please don't leave till you've done that. I would like to also invite you, once we are done here, we want to all walk down to where we have the busts of the former vice chancellors. We want to take a beautiful and memorable group photograph so that you can show that you were here some. So please, don't be in a hurry to go. We'll all walk down there to the stairs. Our photographers will be positioned there. They'll take a beautiful group photograph, and then we can come back here and then have our lunch packs. And we encourage that we all network while we have our lunch. So I'd like to thank you so much for honoring our invitation to be here. We look forward to working with you on future programs that the NKABOM Collaborative will be organizing, and we wish you safe journey back to your various destinations. My name is Pascaline Songsori. I have been your MC for this morning and afternoon. I think I also deserve a round of applause. Thank you very much. So please, let's move for the group photograph outside, and then we can continue networking. Thank you very much. Please, the photograph, please don't go away. Let's walk down and have the photograph taken, and then we can come back and network.